Test, test. Recording in progress.
I'd like to call this meeting of the Anchorage School Board to order at 6 p.m. on June 4th. We have present in the room Member Bellamy, Member Lessons, Member Wilson, Superintendent Bryant, myself, Andy Holloman, Katie Grant, our Executive Assistant, Member Donnelly, Member Jacobs, and Member Higgins. So we have a full house tonight. I want to welcome you to our meeting and thank you for attending and supporting the work of the Anchorage School District and this board. The board thanks students, parents, teachers, staff, school business partners, and the entire community for your investment in our district with your time, your talent, and your tax dollars. At this time, we'd like to have the land acknowledgement. I ask Member Jacobs. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, if you'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance first. Thank you. Thank you, Member Jacobs. If you will read our land acknowledgement.
Yes, Mr. President, we acknowledge that we gather here today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina people of Upper Cook Inlet. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina people have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. ASD is committed to diversity and inclusion, and it is with honor and respect that we recognize all Indigenous peoples who live and learn in our community.
Entertain a motion for adoption of the agenda as presented. And at this time, if anyone has items that need to be moved from the consent agenda to action items.
So, Mr. President, I would move to approve the agenda as written.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay.
We've never done it that way before. We approve the agenda, and then when the consent agenda comes up, that's the time that we would have to take things off the consent agenda.
We'll do it again. I just thought this would give this grant a little bit of advance notice, but we'll have the opportunity to move items when we get to the consent agenda.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
I'll be a little redundant again. Moved and seconded to adopt the agenda as presented. Just going to say all those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. Somebody has to say something. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. We've adopted the agenda. I'll apologize and say I'll fall back on some of my past habits instead of past practices on the board on this. With the agenda approved, our first item under section B is military report. I believe we do have a representative tonight.
I'm Colonel Eric Dunn. I'm the Mission Support Group Commander on Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson. I just have two quick items to bring up tonight. The first one, I think I mentioned it a couple of months ago at the last meeting I was at, but we have our Arctic Thunder Open House Air Show on J-Bear. It's the 20th and 21st of July. It is it's open to the public, so we invite everyone in the area to come out. It is a great event. It is two full days full of air acts, displays, Army folks coming out of jumping and parachutes, all kinds of cool stuff, plenty of food and fun. So please bring out your families and come see what our military, not only here at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, but just all across has to offer. And it's going to be a fabulous event. And then the second thing is, this is going to be my last school board meeting. I am transitioning out. I'm going to move to Bossier City, Louisiana, to go to Barksdale Air Force Base. That is my home state, so it'll be pretty neat going back to the heat and humidity. My wife's there right now enjoying thunderstorms and 90-degree weather. But anyway, it has been an honor and a pleasure working with you all. It has been just a fabulous relationship with the school district. We really appreciate the support that you all give to the military and our families. I just ask you to please continue that throughout the transition. My replacement, Colonel Dustin Hanson, will come in. We have our change of command on the 25th of June, and then you'll see him at school board meetings after that, and he's going to do a fabulous job. So with that, just a huge thank you. And do you have any questions for me?
Seeing no hands.
Mr. Chair.
Oh,
I don't have
That's
a
right.
question.
Go
I
ahead.
just want to say thank you for your service and safe travels to your next site.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're leaving us in good hands.
Mr.
That's
Chair.
right.
Member Wilson.
I also want to say thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to come to our board meetings to make sure that we're up to date on what's going on with J-Bear. So thank you so much for all the time that you spent coming to
Yeah,
talk with us.
Absolutely.
Member Jacobs.
Yep. I thank you for your service there. And as a Bears fan, I'm still wishing you safe travels. Even so, thank you.
Member Higgins.
Well, I came up here from Louisiana in 1983 and didn't go back for a reason, so I'll offer my condolences on that right off the bat. But thank you for your service and thank you for what you've been doing in the school district. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to say, as someone who has caught air shows around the country, the Arctic Thunder is an incredible show and a great opportunity to get close to hardware and see things, walk through an AWACS is something that I've never seen at any of the other shows. And sometimes the Blue Angels are there. But it's a marvelous thing. We do appreciate very much the time you spent with us. And I hope we can continue to do a good job for the sons and daughters of the people that serve. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And-
Thank you.
I hope you will look back and remember the temperate weather in Alaska as you're down in Hurricane Alley right now.
I will.
Next up, we have a report from the Native Advisory Committee. How do you do?
Can you hear me all right? Is that better? Okay, very good. Well, good evening. My name is Banik Melanie Metter-Welsh. I'm the parent of Mihduli, which is Celia, a fifth grade elementary student at Sand Lake Elementary School, Ichbak, a high school sophomore who's at homeschool, and Gabriela Banik, who's a sophomore at Embry-Riddle University. I'm honored to serve among many dynamic parents, students, and staff on the Native Advisory Committee to help Indigenous students succeed. I joined the Native Advisory Council having been a secondary student who had moved from a small rural Alaskan community to an urban area. I understand the overwhelming fear some of these students experience trying to assimilate to new cultures and environments. I also understand the disconnect that exists for defining education and quantifying success for our populations. My son and daughter both opted for homeschool for their secondary studies because of the social dynamic that exists at Anchorage School District, with safety and support significantly lacking for, number one, military dependents, and two, Indigenous students. There are models and solutions, and we're committed to seeing them applicable for the school district and executed. Student representatives from the NAC, along with parents, regularly identify challenges that exist that influence the graduation rates, attendance, and academic performance. That data is sobering, especially for our Alaska Native students that are disproportionate to other ethnic groups. The mission of the NAC is to address the spiritual, mental, and educational needs of the Indigenous families at Anchorage School District. Our goal is to improve the quality of life for Native students and provide them with the culturally enriched experiences in our community. Indigenous education currently has 6,607 students, which are in the Title VI program, along with 37 staff. We advise the Indigenous Education Department and provide direction to the superintendent. Financially, last year's budget was around $2.7 million for Indigenous education. This fiscal year, we're looking at a reduction of around $317,000 because of the reduced enrollment and cuts for the next fiscal year. Those cuts and reductions will ultimately cut and stretch existing staff and missions. There are 29 school-based staff providing cultural connections for Indigenous students. Many of those students are transitioning from rural communities like I did. Some regions of Alaska are seeing out-migration at the rate of approximately 30% to urban areas. Those student support specialists are vital for those transitioning, for the emotional, mental, and educational support that they need. Those support systems are one of the top priorities for the NAC. In addition to that, we're focusing on the native language implementation from the previously passed resolution. In collaboration with the state of Alaska, we're looking at optimal solutions to implement the Indigenous languages into the curriculum and installations. Nationally, tribal language is a significant priority with the federal administration, and we're happy to include those facets into our plan. With the NAC subcommittee dedicated to this, we're expecting those recommendations before the end of the calendar year to present to ASD School Board. Another priority for the NAC is developing strategic public-private partnerships that provide a community-supported educational model for Indigenous. Similar to many methods of learning in some of our cultures in Alaska, that collaboration is vital for student success. Limitations of budgets and transportation make some of those difficult to coordinate, but solutions exist in partnership. The Indigenous model really is a cultural model of mentorship and community collaboration, which ties well into the student support specialists and the new career technical programs and pathways ASD is implementing. Opportunities exist to partner and leverage funding and programs to see every Indigenous student at ASD supported. In order to support the efforts of Indigenous students and families, it's vital to recognize the trends of the state and the cultures of Alaska and create equitable programs that truly understand the issues for student success, execute identified solutions that mitigate the problems that we see socially and academically for our students. Next, you're going to hear from Lakota, who is Holman, who is a school counselor and teacher representative for the NAC. Consultation with ASD's advisory committee is essential to understand how we can integrate solutions from specific detailed components to the global understanding of education and culture. Not every Indigenous student at ASD is utilizing these programs or has equal access. We need to make sure we're in close collaboration with Anchorage School District's leadership to understand the needs of our populations and ensure we're doing our best to meet the spiritual, mental, and educational needs of Alaska's Indigenous peoples. We look forward to a more focused and intentional engagement from our Anchorage School District as we're committed to supporting our students for success. I'd be happy to answer any questions following Dakota and then invite you to one of our regular monthly council meetings. Guyana.
Hello, thank you for having us. I'm Lakota Holman. I'm a current school counselor at Begich Middle School. Last year I was with 6th grade, and next year I'll be with the 7th graders. But I have worked at several ASD schools over the past several years: Alpenglow Elementary, Chudiak Elementary, Benny Benson, and now Begich. And in those experiences as a school counselor at those schools, I've had one of the best student experiences working with our school-based Title VI Indigenous education staff at Begich. He is very involved with our students, and I didn't realize in my capacity as a school counselor some of the limitations that I encountered that could be bridged better with the help of that supportive staff. I've been able to reach out to families in different ways. I've been able to do home visits with him for students that we've had concerns about or wanted to, reach families who were having trouble getting students to get into the school building. And so it's been invaluable to have that strong support, especially at this most recent school. I've been on this committee this full year and part of last year. And it has been an honor to see and hear from parents and other people. And as in the school counselor role, I wanted to say, I've seen teachers who have educated themselves as to Native cultures and the cultures that they work with. And the knowledge that they've gained through that effort has enhanced their connections. Relationships are so important with all of our students, and especially with Indigenous students who historically have maybe not had the best relationships with school systems. And so I am a parent as well. That's finally, I just picked up my kids from the Indian Ed camp, and they just had a wonderful time and wouldn't stop telling me about it. So, but in this role, I've tried to approach it from my school role, and having staff at all schools would have been so helpful. Like if there were partner staff to assist me with my counseling role, or for I to assist back and forth, that would have been wonderful at the elementary level. It would have been fantastic at the secondary level, and I'm so grateful for it in the middle school level. I think building relationships through understanding and cultural learning workshops for our educators, our teachers, our counselors, our nurses, from Title VI, from Indigenous education, will enhance those relationships with our Native students. And I've seen it, and I think that as many teachers and staff in ASD who can have their learning enhanced by the staff of this department would just make them stronger advocates for our Native students and continue to build those strong relationships in the schools. And I defer to you, Maudie. Thank you.
Oh, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Board members, does anyone have a question? Member Jacobs?
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the presentation. Thank you for being here. And thank you for being a counselor. Potentially a question for administration. The cut to the Title VI budget, what does that look like from a real presence in building sense? Did we lose staff or other support services?
Pardon me, could you repeat that?
Yeah,
question?
sure. My understanding is, I think we just heard that the budget was cut $300,000 as part of our navigating the structural deficit this year. What does that look like? What services or staffing were lost?
Member Jacobs, through the president. I'm Helena Batman, the current director for Indigenous and Migrant Education. So I'm glad to be here. Wonderful report to the board. Thank you. The reduction in funding that we've received this year is due to not only just 300 students less from last year, but also formula funding from the federal government. That did cause a reduction of about $315,000. So that really did cost us some personnel. We have over 91% of our funding goes to personnel. So we did try to stay out of our school-based staff, but that was difficult. So we did have a reduction of 2 office-based staff and 1 school-based staff out of Betty Davis.
Quick follow-up, Mr. President. Were those 3 positions filled, or were they vacant positions?
They were filled positions. 2, however, are re-absolved, and we have hired them on as different positions.
Thank you.
Member Bellamy?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report. It's always nice having parents and staff come together for these things. I'm just curious, the 300 students that are we projecting the loss of more students in the next year, do you think? And do we know what are these students what happened to the students? Did they leave the state? Did they go to homeschool? What did they do? Or if we know, we may not know.
We may not know. We do take our largest student count in a 31-day period, and typically that's in September. So we calculate it throughout the year. Right now, as of the end of the school year, we had up to almost 6,600 students, which is another 300 more than when we submitted our actual application that was due in March. So really a huge push in recruitment, but the transition between schools, transitions between out of district, we're unsure of that data.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Member Lessons and then Member Wilson.
Thank you, board members, for interesting questions, and thank you, staff and community members for really wonderful observations. I'm wondering whether you would collectively envision a better way to do a head count. I mean, it seems like whatever the process is currently may not really be aligned with the way students and families move and become visible within a system. Do you envision an alternative?
We at the office are a pretty skeleton-based crew. We really rely on our outward communication. We've been working with MJ and his team throughout the year to just make it a more robust effort to get families involved to understand what our programming is, and also really just focusing on getting information out to administrative assistants and staff at schools, getting the communications out on the radar. It just really is a team effort. We did have reduced funding again last year, so we had one recruiter in our office, which we no longer have. The secretary positions that we did fill to cover that duty, actually we reduced that position as well because of the loss of funding. So it really is intentional for our staff to get out there to be, forward facing in the schools, and to get that communication out through the district, I think is really powerful. We have built some strong community partnerships with CITC and Chalista and a number of other really great community programming out there. So that partnership has strengthened, and with our efforts to put our wonderful events that we have out in the community, I think that's been really helpful. So I think just being more intentional with that, but we do understand enrollment has gone down overall in the district, so that does have a part to do with that.
Member Wilson.
So can you clarify the students that you identify and provide services for, what makes them eligible for your services? Is it just the application? Do they need to provide CIB or BIA card?
That's correct. Students must, the parents or the grandparent must be enrolled in an eligible tribe or have a certificate of Indian blood on file.
And they must apply, correct?
They must apply. It's a very short form. We try to make it very easy.
Any further questions? Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your time and for your report. Have a good evening. That brings us to section C, goal monitoring. We're going to have our goal monitoring conversation on the technical report that was given to us at our last meeting. The report for tonight is reading proficiency. The interim goal is 1.3. The percentage of grade 3 students below the 40th percentile on the fall interim adaptive assessment MAP growth in reading who achieved catch-up growth or better in the spring will increase from 39.8% in 2023 to 45% in 2028. Superintendent Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. President. We welcome questions from board members on the data.
Board members, do you have questions? Member Lessons.
Sure. Thank you very much, everyone, for all of the work that has gone into what I think has been a really remarkable year for our students. So this is a thank you to you and to staff across the district. One of the things that I noticed was that there's really some exceptional growth taking place among students with really high needs, among our students who qualify for special education services, among our economically disadvantaged students, and in key demographics, sort of on slides 5 and 6. And the question that arose in my mind was, is this happening district-wide, or is it clustered in pockets of excellence? So if you could just help me understand how things are moving forward.
Sure. Thank you, Member Lessons, for the question. Generally speaking, when we're looking at our students that are below the 40th, we do generally see pretty solid growth across the district. Of course, there are pockets of excellence, but we are looking at an average growth rate of about the 61st percentile for students who are below the 40th across the board in 3rd grade. So, and just to keep in mind, when we're talking about this idea of catch-up growth, we're looking at students who are struggling at the beginning of the year. And when we define catch-up growth, it's 1.5 times the typical growth. In other words, they're growing a year and a half within the school year. And so it is a pretty aggressive metric.
Thank you. I think the follow-up question is wonderful that we're seeing that accelerated rate of growth really for a number of students, for hundreds of them, in fact. I think about these 3rd graders who will be next year's 4th graders. We know we have a new curriculum that our 4th and 5th grade teachers will be implementing. How are we still going to be aligning supports to support the students who need that accelerated growth into 4th grade and probably into 5th grade as well?
So by adding the next level of reading curriculum, it's a very rigorous program. So we'll be continuing to keep up the high expectations for all of our students and keep the background knowledge going. In addition, with our win time, our intervention time, we will continue to fill in the gaps that might have been missed during COVID, especially in the area of phonics. We've had very good success with UFly. We are adopting as well the new phonics for reading and the program that has come out with the latest edition. And that's for the next kind of older kids. And so we're really looking at how we can integrate what we're doing for all of our students.
And then on top of that, our PLC structures. So next year will be your year 2 in our elementary schools with PLC. So one of the things we're strategically doing is shrinking our improvement cycles. So instead of coming from like a 15-day or a little bit over a quarter, a third of the year improvement cycle, we're shrinking it down to a quarter-long cycle, so a 10-week cycle, so we can create more rapidity in terms of looking at standards, designing instruction, designing assessments, and differentiating supports for students. So we're trying to shrink that and accelerate that with our PLC model.
I would add one more thing. With the implementation of the new curriculum, we are looking at the data throughout the year and then readjusting our professional development for teachers to support their needs within utilizing a new curriculum. And so we know we have more work to do. It'll be year 2 for kinder through 3rd and year 1 for 4th and 5th, but that's how we're making those adjustments based on the needs of the teachers.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'm aware that there's an implementation dip when a new curriculum is rolled out. And in some ways, could we look at this as sort of the glass half full and say that we've seen hundreds of students make catch-up growth even when we've anticipated an implementation dip, and therefore for our K-3 teachers who are going to be teaching the curriculum for the second time, that their practices will be a little bit more refined and that we maybe expect to see an accelerated rate of growth? Is that an optimistic way of looking at things?
I think that's a great way of looking at things. There's going to be a dip for some. I think with our PLC model and the internalization, the first time, these are pretty dense units. There is a lot to them. It was a lot of work for our teachers to read the lesson plans, to understand the meat behind what was being taught. And so I think it will only get better for the next year. And hopefully we won't have a dip. I know for some grades there might be, or some pockets, but I'm hoping that they will just continue to do very well.
And I would just add to keep in mind that through our MTSS structures, we are highly focused on catching kids up. And so we're allocating time, resources, and effort towards that. So I think that's probably also part of the equation that you're seeing.
Member Wilson, then Member Bellamy.
Can you tell me how summer school, or if summer school comes into play with helping the students catch up on reading?
I'll talk a little bit about the data, and then I'm going to hand it off in terms of some of the logistics, and they're more familiar with that. Last year, when we analyzed the summer school data, we did see relatively significant impacts on those particular kids that attended summer school when we looked at the spring assessment of where they left school. And then in the fall, when we compared those students to a control group, in other words, a group of students who would have qualified for summer school but did not attend. So we can actually have sort of an apples to apples comparison. What I can say is it definitely had an impact, but I would hand it off and talk in terms of the structure of that.
And so for our elementary summer learning program, we wanted to parallel the support the success that we saw last year. So we maintained it along the lines with core reading instruction, our core program, and built that around that framework, as well as distributing the summer school sites to create greater accessibility for all students who are in need of the support. And then from an access piece, using our hub and spoke busing. So from our operational side, be able to get kids to and from the summer school program. So the students that are eligible for the program have the access and opportunity to be able to attend the program.
I will say that with the Alaska Reads Act, our summer school kind of looks a little bit different in that typically the greatest success we've had has been with our kindergartners and going into first grade and then going into second graders, our younger students. But the Alaska Reads Act required that we really focus on our third graders. And so we're really hoping to have another great year of success with them. We're using UFly. We partnered with ELL and all of our departments to be able to offer full day supports to break down the barriers to access. Can you?
Member Bellamy next, and then member.
I was just asked for a follow-up. Yes.
Okay, follow-up.
Can you confirm what grade levels at the elementary we were providing for summer school for?
We started with offering it to second and third grade only due to space concerns based on the number of students that qualified far below, those students that were far below proficient in reading. We were required to offer 20 hours of summer school to those third graders that were far below. So we started with second and third graders. We were able to open it to first graders as well, but that was more limited. And that was after the fact. So many families may have already come up with their summer plans, but we will have first graders attending as well this year.
Thank you.
Member Bellamy.
Thank you. I'm glad. I love it when I see it. We're on target to meet a goal. So I really love that we are on target. This particular goal, I get more questions. People are confused about the catch-up growth and achievement. And I know every single time we talk about, whenever we're going to talk about catch-up growth, I just think it's important that we really clarify what that is and what it's not. It's important, but really in the end, what parents really want to know is my child achieving? So that's one question, or at least one comment, if you can respond to. And then the other, and I think you did touch on this, looking at our PLCs, the investment that the board has made in the PLC times and the MTSS structure, that framework, it's my impression that is really supporting those kiddos who are under under the 40th percentile. So yeah, those will be my two comments or questions.
I really appreciate that a great deal because it can be a confusing goal, but I'll try to share in sort of the most layman's terms that I can. When we're talking about achieving our school board goal, which is achievement, right? How's my student doing? And then we sort of translate that to students who may be struggling. In other words, they might be behind where we expect them to be at a grade level. A student can make growth, a year's worth of growth, in fact. They can grow a whole year and go to school for 1 year and grow a whole year, but stay equally far behind. So when we're looking at catch-up growth, we're trying to accelerate that growth. And that's why this goal, when it says the 75th percentile, it really means achieving 1.5 years worth of growth in a single school year. And the research actually says that, and this is really widespread, is that it takes typically 2 to 3 years of consecutive catch-up growth to get back on grade level track. Of course, that depends on how far behind a student might be, but really it's a collective effort of a school, a district, and a system, things like what you were talking about, PLCs and MTSS, because typically it takes more than 1 year. But if we only look at achievement, then we're not celebrating the hard work and the growth of lots of kids and teachers along the way that are improving, but still may be behind.
Exactly. Thank you.
And Member Bellamy, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. With our PLC structure, our PLC has those 4 essential questions, right? What do we want all students to know and be able to do?
Absolutely.
That's core, right? And we want all students to be proficient or above, right? And so really teams, collaborative teams are working on that core question. What do we want all students to know and be able to do? And designing instruction around that standard, and then being focused and diligent so that when you design your assessment, your common formative assessment, and if students are not at that spot where you want them to be, then how do we intentionally as a team work together to build those students up or accelerate students or move students further ahead? But it really starts with the core instruction to reach proficiency.
Absolutely.
For our PLCs.
Okay. Thank you. Great.
Additional questions?
Mr. Chair.
Member Jacobs?
Yeah, thank you. I had a question. I was hoping some information might come out of Member Bellamy's question, but since it didn't, I'll focus in regarding it's probably more of a how question, the implementation stages, spreadsheet has us in progress with some of the PLC work. Is there any additional information you can share about where we are with PLCs and how things have gone now that we've had a full year?
I think, thanks for the question, Member Jacobs. I think there has been a lot of learning in our implementation elementary schools for year 1. There's some takeaway lessons and some tweaks that we're going to do. I already talked about trying to decrease the cycle so that we can create more rapidity, which would happen with greater fluency, right? And as teams become more comfortable with the questions and that designing and that collaboration space. One of the things that we're working with which is what we call singletons. And that's a challenge we talked about in the work session with schools of small size. So if I'm a single teacher at a first grade level and I'm collaborating vertically with maybe a second grade and third grader or teacher, or if I'm a PE teacher, I'm a music teacher, we're working on designing a plan for next year that will be ready to roll out with staff and everybody that allows greater intentionality around our singletons, people that need a little bit stronger supports in that sense. And so we're working collaboratively across our bargaining groups, we're working collaboratively across leadership teams to help develop a robust plan to be able to address that, and then continue to stack on our success that we had this year with the rollout.
Additional questions from any board members? Seeing none, Superintendent, do you have any wrap-up remarks?
We appreciated the conversation, and we look forward to continuing our conversations on our goals when we resume our goal monitoring back in August. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now is the time that we've set aside to hear from the public. We welcome your comments, which are very important to us. The board has set aside an hour at the beginning of its meeting for those who have signed up to give public comment. Those not heard during the first hour will be heard at the end of the agenda. This is an opportunity for school board members to listen and for members of the public to inform the school board about their views. Please note the following. All public comments are limited to 3 minutes. The timer is in front of the dais right in front of me. All speakers will receive a courtesy alert when 30 seconds are remaining. It's a small bell. Speaking time may not be given or shared with others. When your name is called, please come to the podium, state your name, and direct your comments to the chair. Please understand that this is not a time for dialogue. The purpose of the agenda item is for you, the public, to inform us, the school board, about your views. If you have handouts to share with school board members, please give them to Ms. Grant, who's immediately to my left. And finally, I want to call your attention to the detailed boardroom decorum guidelines and expectations that are at the door as you enter the boardroom. The first round of public comment is for non-agenda items. Agenda item public comment is after that item's introduced in the agenda. But we do set aside time for students to testify early because we know they want to get home and study and work on homework. Probably still catching up even though school is out. We do have Nora Bowling signed up to testify if you would come forward. Thank you for coming tonight, and please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm Nora Bowling. I'm an up-and-coming sophomore at South Anchorage High School. It has recently come to my attention that there has been a new proposal for Anchorage School District schools. And while I'm not about the academies, and while I'm not opposed to the idea of them, I do have some concerns. One, academies have reduced class time, and even though I got straight A's this year, half of those were 90%, and I had to put in a lot of hard work and had to utilize all of my class time to get the grades that I got. My worry is that with less instruction time, me and my fellow students, grades will drop, and doing some math, we would lose about 35 hours of instruction time per year for each class. Two, I'm working hard in high school and plan to go to college and don't understand why the academies are being forced. It is not a bad idea, but forcing it upon students is not the right way to go about it. Viewing the potential academies planned, none of them are fields that I'm interested in, and I would prefer to grow in areas that I'm interested in instead of being forced to choose amongst the limited pathway options. Three, I am already working very hard to get the grades for the 6 classes I have. I'm even taking extra science courses so I can learn about my interests. Taking classes like Algebra 2 and College Intro to Philosophy is going to be a demanding course load, and it would be very daunting to have 2 more classes each semester. 4, I am also concerned about the overall lack. Have had positive responses to the academies, and even fewer have been given extensive information and knowledge on the topic. I am worried about how little information the teachers have been given because they are the heart of the classes and they're not being involved. At this time, I feel as though there isn't enough information about the academies and is being rushed. Please consider asking the districts to let students and parents know how their schools will change before moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We have 2 people signed up to testify on non-action items. Telephonically, we have Joey Caternicio. Ms. Caternicio, are you available online? We'll come back around in just a moment. Corey Aist is on the list to testify in person. Thank you for coming tonight. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, President Holloman. Thank you, school board members. It's time to implement a school board staffing goal. There are things you can do today to contain the bleeding and help retain our educators. At the board meeting on May 21st, Rob Boyer, past ASD Executive Director of HR, Staffing and Operations, shared that when ASD had as few as 40 unfilled positions, it was considered a crisis. However, he did not share that at that time, ASD had approximately 3,450 FTE AEA educators on staff. The current situation is even more alarming. In the 23-24 school year, you had over 189 unfilled positions with only 2,953 AEA educators, directly and immediately impacting the quality of education our students receive. This is not just a staffing crisis, but a crisis affecting our students' future. I also want to take a moment and highlight and agree with, we are making lots of inroads and lots of achievement with the students. And that goes to the high level of educators, all the hard work they are doing in the classrooms with high classroom numbers, right? And minimal TA support. But there's a lot of good work doing. ASD's commitment to data-driven decisions, goals, and initiatives is not just a statement, but a cornerstone of your governance. This commitment, backed by the shared data, should guide you in addressing the current staffing crisis. In creating a staffing goal, here are specific data points you may want to discuss. As of May 31st, there have been over 375 AEA resignations for this year. 158 resignations, or 42%, are in their first 3 years of teaching at ASD. 42%, first 3 years. 222 resignations, or 62%, are from the elementary division alone. As of May 31st, there are over 206 unfilled AEA positions for the 24-25 school year. For the first time, I have witnessed unfilled elementary positions higher than unfilled SPED positions. Yeah, more elementary unfilled positions as of May 31st. There were 51 unfilled elementary positions and only 46 unfilled SPED. We're making great inroads in the SPED field, but we're losing the fight in elementary. With these data points and others, you should see the problem is worsening and not getting better. It would be best if you created a staffing board goal today. Do it tonight. Let's set an important target and retain the educators we still have. If ASD could implement initiatives to support proper staffing numbers and reduce class sizes, that would be a great endeavor for all involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Check again online to see if Ms. Catanipio is available. And I don't see her connected, but we'll check again at the end of the meeting. That concludes our public testimony at this time. That brings us to the consent agenda. Are there any items that members would like to have moved from the consent agenda to action items? Member Donnelly?
Yeah, I would pull item number 4, memorandum 125, paid lunch price increase. Item number 10, memorandum 150, the JUUL settlement utilization. Item number 11, memorandum 156, approval of change order and modifications of MERS. Item number 12, ASD memorandum 157, revisions to BP 0000. And item number 13, ASD memorandum 161, approval of transfer of health fund insurance fund for FY 2023 and 24.
Thank you. Any other members have items that they wish to have moved? I thought we're going to
Mr.
need.
President, I would move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Yeah. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any objection to the consent agenda as modified? Seeing none, the consent agenda as a modified has been approved.
Mr. President, so we could give Ms. Grant time to catch up on our agenda. Could we have a 5-minute break, please?
Yes, I think we need a couple of minutes for Ms. Grant to get caught up. So we'll take a 5-minute break and be back in recess. We are ready to resume if board members will take their seats. And we are back in session at 6:55. We are on section F, action items. Our first item, number 1, is vote on a student hearing that was discussed in executive session.
Mr. President, I move to approve the expulsion of the student associated with ASD incident number 1397411 as discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Member Jacobs. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Wilson. Oh, I'm sorry, Member Bellamy. I can't hear, but I forget, there's no discussion on this, correct? Yeah. Without discussion, is there any objection to passing this? Without objection, we have approved the action on the student hearing.
Mr. President, just for future reference, I don't think any student disciplinary matters should be on the consent agenda. I think they probably always require a separate vote.
I did move it down to action after that was printed and sent to you. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, we can put it to an individual vote, but yeah, it's not on the consent agenda. So.
It was on yours.
That brings us to item 2 under action items, ASD Memorandum 162, the approval of Academies of the Anchorage Master Plan. We do have members of the public that wish to testify or wish to speak to this. So we will. However, I need to wait for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to approve ASD memorandum number 162. The administration recommends that the school board adopt the master plan for the Academies of Anchorage, which outlines the high school transformation process for the Anchorage School District to incorporate career academies in high schools per board policy 0210.
Thank you, Member
Second.
Jacobs. Member Wilson seconds. We do have members of the public that wish to speak to this. Again, this is a public comment period. It's not a discussion period. We'll call your name. Please approach the dais and you will have, please identify yourself and you will have 3 minutes to speak. First on our list is Mr. Jarrett Bowen. Our next speaker will be Rebecca Logan. Mr. Bowen, welcome to the school board meeting. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. A month ago, I watched the May 7th work session discussion on the academies. Since then, I've spent a tremendous amount of time researching the academies to understand what impact it has on our students. I've left each of you voicemails and emails hoping to discuss this information that the district may have not disclosed to the public. As you know, ASD's annual instruction hours are among the shortest in the nation. Wouldn't it be important to inform our students and parents that increasing from 6 to 8 courses per semester could create the shortest instruction time per class in the nation? I don't agree with district executives who told me that reducing course instruction time by almost 25% is not a problem, and that this time lost can be offset by our educators teaching in a different way. When I suggested increasing the high school amount of time to help compensate for these additional courses, I was almost scoffed at. Something has to give. Our government decides how much state funding our district receives. Here's some critical questions they and we should be asking. How much history is ASD willing to erase from their curriculum? How does this plan ensure that current testing scores are at least maintained? How can we ensure that our math classes, particularly new math curriculum that needs continuous instruction, be successful with less time? And how does it look when ASD can't fill current open positions, but assumes they can find 30 new experienced teachers for this program? The outside schools that the district visited have resources and time that are unimaginable compared to ASD. If the district truly believes in their plan, there shouldn't be an issue with them demonstrating it clearly. ASD has spent thousands of hours working with the business district or business community over the last year to create the Academies program, but how much time has been spent with the other members of the community, the parents, teachers, and most importantly, the students? The students is why we are all here. Why hasn't ASD been transparent about the effects this program will have on the students' day-to-day school life? And why hasn't ASD given more time for the entire community to understand what this plan really means and get feedback from them? The district says that the master plan is a living document. We're already seeing board members eager to advance the plan based on time invested in business conversations. I and other parents worry that you may not listen to our feedback at intervals moving forward. These changes are drastic and deserve to be thoroughly vetted, not just assume that they will work. I'm asking you to tell ASD to slow down and provide an actual plan, one that shows it can maintain its current successes, not just talk about how great this academy idea can be. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Logan? Welcome to the Anchorage School District. You have 3 minutes.
For the record, my name is Rebecca Logan, and I'm the CEO of the Alaska Support Industry Alliance, and I recently was very honored to serve as the co-chair of the Career Focused Academies tactic team that was tasked with selecting academies for each of the Anchorage high schools. I'm also the mother of 2 ASD graduates. Both of my daughters received their educations at Bear Valley Elementary, Golden View Middle School, and South High School. At the Alliance, I represent 500 Alaskan companies who employ 35,000 people in the state. Many of the jobs they provide are the highest paying jobs in the state, and those companies, like the majority of Alaskan companies, are dealing with a significant shortage of qualified workers. With that in mind, I'm here today to ask you to approve the master plan for the Academies of Anchorage. The business community is excited about this project. In fact, representatives from the construction, tourism, healthcare, hospitality, transportation, and many energy industries served on our tactic team. Local businesses need qualified workers. Growing our own workforce is the best long-term solution to the current problem. ASD needs to improve their outcomes, better attendance rates, more student engagement, higher graduation rates, and we all need to do everything we can to keep our young people here and stop the out-migration. The Academies of Anchorage plan provides the best opportunity to match education needs for career focus with market labor needs. The program provides pathways for those who want to work immediately upon graduation, those who are interested in a trade or vocational school, and those who are college bound. In a recent opinion piece in the Anchorage Daily News, a former employee of the district criticized the Freshman Academy plan, and I would caution against accepting those criticisms as valid. The claim that a career exploration class for freshmen is bad because it hasn't been implemented before is based on an incorrect assumption that new is bad and there is no template or precedent for a successful course. The claim that career exploration classes take a whole semester out of every freshman's schedule that could have otherwise been devoted to their college prep course ignores the reality that only 40% of ASD students are college bound.
There's clearly an opportunity for the district to provide career-focused education that is meant for 100% of their students. And finally, the accusation that local businesses want to increase the supply of qualified job applicants by teaching local children for summer temporary entry-level jobs ignores the wage data used when determining academies and a misunderstanding of the wages that are being paid. I'm short on time, but the competition for qualified workers is stiff, and the employers I represent are hiring for entry-level jobs that pay from $50,000 to $60,000, trade positions that range from $75,000 to $100,000, and positions requiring a college degree with pay ranges from $100,000 to $150,000. Anchorage students should know about those opportunities.
Sorry, your time has expired. Thank you very much for your comments. And I apologize, I'm going to get this name wrong, but Julio, Junior. Yes, thank you. If you'll please come state your name, you will do a much better job of it than I ever will. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, President. I go by Junior. Obviously, you can tell my first name is Unuwao, middle name is Junior, last name is Amavai. I serve as the current Chief Equity Officer for the municipality, and I'm here to encourage the board to vote to approve the Academy's master plan. I have the pleasure and opportunity to join Dr. Bryant. I applaud your team, I applaud you, and also Sven and Kirsten. A lot of the late work that they have done in the past year and a half, but especially getting my office involved. When I work in the Office of Equity and Justice, there's 3 areas that I focus on. It's young youth, kids in college, and then also the current workforce. So I believe that the Career Academy, I was part of the original crew that went to Nashville and got to be able to see up front the impact that it had to the children. And I could tell you, it was eye-opening. I think that the Career Academies is going to create a lot of opportunities for the current workforce. As you can tell, across the nation, everybody's struggling to get anybody to be able to work or even qualified to be able to work. And I believe that this is one of those access points for our youth to take part of. And so I would encourage the board today to do what's best for the city. And I believe that is to approve this for our current and also future workforce with our youth. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, Mr. Bill Pop in person. Mr. Pop, welcome to the Anchorage School District. And if you'll state your name, you have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Bill Pop. I'm currently gainfully unemployed, but I'm here speaking based on past experience. In my previous role as head of Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, I had the privilege of attending the trip that was just mentioned previously to Nashville last year in, I believe it was January, with Superintendent Bryant and many other school board member Wilson and several other members of the staff, as well as other business representatives. I have to tell you that what I saw there set in my mind a future for our city that we desperately need. We are not giving our students the fullest advantage that we possibly can in equipping them with the skills and experience during their educational path to understand the life decisions that they need to make when they walk across that stage and pick up that diploma and where they're headed. This Academy program, when I had the privilege of touring Overton High School, which is as old as I am, it was established in 1959. It is an amazing school of over 2,000 students with a broad ethnic diversity, a broad level of students who have every possible disadvantage you could think of in terms of what they were facing in life, who are going on to amazing careers in college paths, as well as the direct trade schools, the certification routes, all of the things that academy has provided Nashville. And when I look at Nashville and what they did in taking their graduation rate from 57% to 82%, which is a stunning change in a little over a decade, that is another thing that I think we need to recognize. I urge this school board to take a long, serious look at this question tonight and to support moving forward with the Academies program. I have kids in the school system. They are my grandchildren, my 7-year-old, excuse me, I'll get in trouble. My 8-year-old granddaughter, she just turned 8, and my 12-year-old grandson who's about to go into middle school. These are bright, brilliant young children, and I want them to have every advantage. And I would not be up here urging you to move forward with this program if I didn't think it was going to offer significant new advantages to our students to set themselves up for success with the help of their parents, their teachers, the business community, and the community at large through a successful Academies program that has been done successfully in city after city across the United States in different financial situations, and remembering always that you do not have a reliable financial system for school funding in the state of Alaska because it is always subject to the decision and the budgetary choices of the legislature, the governor, the mayor, and the assembly. And I think that that was a false premise that we should set aside, because if you're going to make the decision based on whether or not you're going to have certainty for long-term funding, you will never make a decision. So I hope that you will make the right decision tonight and move this program forward. There are years of work into this.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next, we have Becca Toussaint, who is calling in telephonically. You will use *6 and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Becky Toussaint. I am the Program Director for Alaska Resource Education, a local nonprofit that has been partnering with schools across the Anchorage School District for over 40 years. I've spent the last 12 years of my career building strong relationships with in-depth curriculum and classroom support for students in kindergarten through 12th grade across the district. I've also been working with the Academies of Anchorage team as a member of the steering committee on the tactic team and participated in every community convening. I know how important it is and impactful for us to break down barriers and stop working in silos. We need industry and education to work together to help each of our students succeed, and I see no better way to do this than through the Academies of Anchorage model. We are standing at a critical juncture for our community and our state. As we all know, we have an ever-growing demand for workers. We have drug use and homelessness skyrocketing. We have a large percentage of our 16 to 45-year-olds leaving Alaska, and we have the opportunity here tonight to make a decisive shift towards a brighter and healthier future through the transformative change of implementing the career academies at all of our 8 comprehensive high schools. This shift is not just about reforming education. It is about building a robust and thriving workforce and community for generations to come. This innovative model has shown tremendous success in fostering student engagement, improving graduation rates, and preparing students for both higher education and the workforce in the many communities that we have witnessed it in. These are all things that we need to see here in Anchorage. The Career Academies would provide focused and relevant curriculum that resonates with student interests and helps them identify potential career opportunities. Our local industries, whether it be natural resources, healthcare, engineering, IT, trades, or any other, are all in need of skilled workers. Through partnerships, the Career Academies would tailor their programs to meet the needs of these industries, providing students with hands-on training, internships, and real-world experiences. This alignment not only benefits students, but also ensures that our local businesses have access to well-prepared workforce, fostering overall economic growth and stability within our community. The academies will also promote social equality. We currently have programs for high-achieving students with high parental support to engage in meaningful opportunities outside of the classroom. This model would allow access to those types of experiences for all students. However, it is important to note that the academy model would not take away from any of the high-achieving students' participation in programs such as IB, honors, or AP. In conclusion, my opinion is that the shift to career academies in Anchorage is not just an educational reform, it is a community-building strategy. By engaging students, addressing the skills gap, promoting social equity, and fostering partnerships, we can create a healthier and more resilient community. Let us embrace this opportunity to transform our educational system.
Thank you for your comments. Your time has expired, and if you wish to add further comments, you can email the board with your complete testimony. Next, we have Dawn Allen Heron. In person, is Ms. Heron in the audience? Still seeing no one standing to approach the dais. Next, we have Jackie Kaysen calling in telephonically. Ms. Kaysen, you can unmute yourself, *6, and you have 3 minutes. And it's *6 to unmute. There we go.
Okay, I thought I'd done that. Thank you. For the record, my name is Jackie Kaysen. Thank you, Chair Holloman and board members for taking the time to listen to community input on the Academies of Anchorage model. And thank you for your service and commitment to educating youth across the system. I know you're responsible for making very tough decisions that require you to balance vision with resources available to enact each vision. 3 of my sons attended public schools in Anchorage and were very well served, and they remain in the community today. I'll always be grateful for the many teachers, coaches, counselors, and administrators who helped them become the young men they are and who prepared them for life after high school. I want current students to have opportunities to grow and learn and to imagine a future here in our community. I like to think that we all want that for students. I've attended 2 community convenings on the Academy model and continue to follow tactic team communication. I've been impressed by the level of community engagement from civic, business, and educational organizations. I find the Academy model of applied and integrative learning compelling because it supports the transfer of learning from one context to another. A fitting sports analogy would be the relationship between practice and games. While it's essential to practice core skills repeatedly so that they become habituated and automatic, those skills need to work in games where situational variables are less controlled and always contingent on others. When students have opportunities to apply classroom learning beyond the boundaries of the classroom, that learning becomes more relevant and likely more enduring. I understand why district leadership has committed a lot of energy to studying the model in other cities and developing a plan for our community. Conceptually speaking, it makes sense, and I support the model. But I am concerned about how it will be enacted at the ground level and how it will impact the teaching and learning in our schools. I encourage the board to keep an eye on 3 key data points. 1, and perhaps most important, is teacher-student ratio. How will these ratios compare to successful enactments of the model in Nashville and Akron? 2, professional development opportunities for teachers. And 3, the time it takes to prepare and adjust lesson plans for new course designs and new schedules. Please listen closely to teachers, students, and parents. Overcrowded classrooms do not create conditions that are conducive to teaching and learning and mentoring, and could potentially undermine what the Academy's model is designed to provide. Thank you again for doing your homework and making tough decisions to support our students and prepare them for life.
Thank you for your comments. Also calling in, we have Jenna Wright. Ms. Wright, if you hit *6, you should unmute and be able to speak. You want to hit *6. Not starting. Start. You are connected, but we still show you as muted. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Jenna Wright. Personally, I'm a lifelong Anchorage resident and graduate of the Anchorage School District, but professionally, I serve as the president and CEO of the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation. I'm here telephonically to testify in support of the Academies of Anchorage's master plan and discourage postponement of this desperately needed initiative. I had the honor of attending a school board meeting 2 weeks ago where I shared that one of Anchorage's primary economic concerns that we're seeing in the data and also hearing from business owners is that there just aren't enough workers to fill the jobs that we have open today, let alone for the growth that we want to see for Anchorage. Using federal tax data, we know that 1 in 3 kids that were in Anchorage when they were 16 will no longer be in Anchorage by the time they're 26. Anecdotally, there are several reasons for this, but one of them is because these kids don't always see a career future in Anchorage. But if the Academies model is implemented, it will show students that pathway to a career future here in Anchorage and stem the bleed of our talented young Alaskans that are so desperately needed in today's workforce. Our strategic plan called Choose Anchorage includes goals that highlight the importance of ensuring that Anchorage is producing a world-class talent pipeline for current and future employers by continuing to improve educational outcomes for K through 12 students that are our future workforce. And the way that we've approached this goal is through our involvement in the Academies initiative. I've had the honor of sitting on the steering committee while members of my staff have presented to the community on workforce data that helped to select academies that were appropriate for Anchorage's job market. And they've also sat on various tactic teams focused on designing various elements of the plan. Combined, we have happily spent hundreds of hours on this program because we truly believe it is critical for reversing net out-migration trends of our young people and expanding our future workforce. In addition to the time that my nonprofit has spent on this initiative, I've also seen the business community come together more so on any other initiative during my time at AEDC. We've had executives from every major industry that fuels Anchorage's economy partner together to come up with this final master plan that's in front of you today. We had industry leaders of oil and gas, transportation, aviation, healthcare, small business, and many, many more. The master plan that's in front of you is coming from the school's administration, but it truly captures the voice of Anchorage's employers who were consulted at every step of the process. In conclusion, AEDC, that represents well over 200 companies in Anchorage, strongly supports the Academies initiative as a tool to retain our young, talented Alaskans and grow a prosperous, sustainable economy for generations to come. This program will allow for career exploration of Alaska's key industries, forge relationships between students and local employers, and create pathways for post-secondary education or directly into a job in a field of the student's choice after graduating. For these reasons, we urge a yes vote on implementing the Academies of Anchorage Master Plan in the 2024-2025 school year. Thank you so much for your consideration of my testimony today.
Thank you for your comments. In person, we have Kathleen McCardle. You will state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, it's on. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today and share my story to support strong support for the Academies of Anchorage. I am Kathleen McCardle, the President and CEO of the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce. As one of the largest business organizations in Alaska, the mission at the Anchorage Chamber is to advance a successful business climate by attending to the civic, economic, and cultural betterment of our community. We've been serving this role in our community for over 100 years. I support the Academies of Anchorage as a lever for economic advancement for our community and a perfect fit for the hearty, hands-on culture that I love so much about Alaska. Over and over again, as I discuss my reasons for supporting the academies with partners, colleagues, and members, I consistently see heads nodding and echoing sentiment from the business community that the time is right for change. Especially in Anchorage, where the data has told us there are several open jobs for every job seeker, parents don't know how to give their children an advantage for their future when conditions are evolving so quickly. One of the best parts of the academies is that all public school students across Anchorage can get equal access to that advantage, graduating from high school, career, college, military, and life ready. Academies are a mechanism to influence our local economic conditions. Especially in the absence of consistent education funding, the academies are the most inflation-proof option to fundamentally transform education through leveraging community and business partnerships for effective outcomes. Nationwide trends and statistics from the U.S. Department of Education show students engaged in career-connected learning programs have much stronger attendance, engagement, and graduation rates. That work and project-based learning promotes academic achievement by making core subjects more accessible and meaningful to real life, ultimately fulfilling the goals and priorities set by the board. Earlier this year, I was accepted into a fellowship program to promote education and workforce development, and it showed me Anchorage is not alone. However, I encountered a surprising openness to sharing success stories, case studies, and best practices where individual communities have improved dramatically through the application of similar programs. I have made the investment in my time to travel to Nashville to see the academies in action for the Metro Nashville Public Schools. These students are thriving. They are productive members of their community. and they have civic pride, a sense of ownership and accountability. In their hallways, every student is known. The community reflects the same ownership and gives back their time and expertise to classrooms. Nashville's programs have been in place over 15 years and to this day continuing to evolve and grow, showing me that, much like the expression about planting a tree, the best time to start is today. Change is undoubtedly difficult. It requires new responsibilities of educators, support team, students, and community. These changes will lead us to a future of confident graduates to bolster our workforce. Thank you for the opportunity to share my support for this transformational.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Samantha Brown. And if you will state your name for the record, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Samantha Brown. I am currently the Vice President of the Alaska
Hold the microphone a little closer. Thank you.
I'm currently the Vice President of Alaska Trucking Association, been in the industry for 14 years. At Alaska Trucking, our mission is to foster and promote the interests of the trucking industry in Alaska. Currently, we are heavily focused on the youth and getting kids interested in our industry. Trucking quite literally drives the economy as far as careers. We're looking at 12,720 trucking industry jobs in Alaska. That's 1 in 19 jobs in the state. We currently have 5,730 primarily small, locally owned trucking companies in Alaska. These companies are served by a wide range of supporting businesses. 94.3% of Alaska communities depend exclusively on trucks to move their goods. We need to start educating and getting kids interested in the trucking industry. We have a need for qualified workers in the transportation industry as a whole, and having an educated applicant out of high school that knows basic regulation and has the minimum required skills and training would be a huge win for our industry. It would allow us to provide higher paying jobs for our kids out of high school. We focus heavily on CDL drivers and diesel mechanics. Without them, freight simply would not move. When you think about a high schooler taking interest in becoming a CDL driver, we can start educating earlier. A CDL will open many doors and bridges to other industries. CDLs don't just apply to the trucking industry. They're needed in many other industries such as construction, electrical, and plumbing. After obtaining a CDL, that individual will come out making a decent wage immediately with a world of opportunities available to him or her. The average pay for a CDL truck driver is $34.56 and rising. Driving a truck isn't easy, and it takes time to learn all the regulations and build the necessary skills to work safely. There's much more involved than one would think from the outside looking in. Currently, we do not see enough young people interested or knowledgeable about what the trucking industry has to offer. We're essential workers, and we have a major need to have the trucking industry, along with industry partners with the Anchorage School District, to provide career-focused education and opportunities for job shadowing, internships, and work opportunities. Personally, working with the majority of Alaska trucking companies, I can say without a doubt, ASD will have the full support of the Alaska Trucking Association and its member companies. Let's give our local students the opportunity to have the high-paying jobs in Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Jackie Garcia. And if you will state your name for the record, you have 3 minutes.
I did pass some. Hi, my name is Jackie Garcia. I am the Federal Director for U.S. Department of Labor Office of Apprenticeship. And I have been invited here by a few people just to speak on registered apprenticeship programs. So I did provide some information in those folders because there is a lot of information on RAPS. I'm going to call it RAPS, which is Registered Apprenticeship System. The most important thing about RAPS is that it's a structured learning system. And one of the biggest advocates of RAPS is the United States military. So anyone that joins into a registered apprenticeship program, you know for sure that there is a structured learning, hands-on, and related instructions. Our office has constantly suggested to King Korea Tech to become a multi-sponsor of high school registered apprenticeship programs. And that has, we have not been very successful with that. And so what I'm asking is if King Korea Tech can be a part, yes, there's Anchorage Academies, but if King Korea Tech can be a part of what is called a high school registered apprenticeship program. And what that would do is pretty similar to a registered apprenticeship program. Kids can gain employment at 16 years old in a high school registered apprenticeship program and continue working and attending school at the same time. This is the same form, but they will have structured forms of learning. Okay. The state of Missouri right now has 15 career technical centers, high school centers, with 307 active apprentices in 39 occupations. State of Idaho has Department of Education has 46 apprentices right now. Currently, all those apprentices are in student teacher positions because teaching young kids through early childhood education due to the COVID and kids falling behind STEM education. Washington State is one of our greatest high school registered apprenticeship programs with 12,530 apprentices in 142 active programs. So, and Iowa State is also has many occupations in high school registered apprenticeship. So I'm asking you to also consider that, including if you are going to consider the Anchorage Academies, to also consider the high school registered apprenticeship program at the same time through King Career Tech. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Paul Smith in person. If you will state your name for the record, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Paul Smith. I'm a parent of an incoming 9th grader this year, and I do not support the Academies of Anchorage for the following reasons. In no particular order, very little information has been shared with parents from the school district, the school board, or even the teachers of the schools my children attend. This implies strongly that this plan is not very well formed. Secondly, this program appears to be required, mandatory. This strongly implies there's not a lot of confidence that it will be accepted. Thirdly, the career pathways that are identified are just not very well defined. They're quite vague. There's no guarantee that my student will get the career path of their choice, only that there's quite a broad selection. This doesn't inspire confidence. The biggest thing that's been mentioned by other people is reduction of contact hours for core curricula. That is very significant. Going from 6 periods a day to 8 periods a day necessarily reduces classroom contact time for existing courses. I think this is a very big mistake. I think you could still salvage this plan if you make it optional. You can make it an elective track. You can make it an extracurricular activity. You can make it a 0-hour or after-school program. You can extend the school day, extend the school hour. But as is, it doesn't look very attractive, and I'll be looking for options for my students. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That brings us to the end of the list for people signed up for public testimony. The motion is now before the board. Is there any comment from board members?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin by moving Amendment 1, then I'll speak to it if there's a second. So I would move Jacob's Amendment 1. Members should have a copy on their desks.
Second. Motion has been moved and seconded by Member Jacobs. If you will read the motion and then speak to it.
Sure. Yep. The Amendment 1 would add the following language to ASD Memorandum number 162. It is the ASD School Board's intent to further collaborate with district administration to refine the Academies of Anchorage Master Plan via the annual budget adoption and revision process and via regular progress monitoring agenda items and future work sessions. The board deeply appreciates the time and resources invested in and by ASD to bring the master plan forward and recognizes the success and continued support of the program will require the following things. First and foremost, continued efforts by the board to wisely allocate financial and staffing resources available to ASD while reducing expenses and limiting budget growth in areas not expressed as priorities by the board through feedback from community stakeholders. Second, greater attention by the board towards educator recruitment and retention efforts via formation of a multidisciplinary working group or through modification to the board goals and guardrails. Third, significant additional strategic planning by district administration to utilize King Tech High School in a manner which more closely aligns with a shift to the AOA model and brings about efficiencies in student transportation and maximizes instructional time. Fourth, provides ASD families with students in grades 10 through 12 the opportunity to pursue an alternative pathway identified than those identified within the AOA master plan document, if desired, in the spirit of parental choice and to best serve interests of each ASD student. And lastly, that the resources necessary to implement the AOA model with fidelity in the form of monetary and staffing investments must occur via the Anchorage business community, additional grant awards, and action by Alaska's legislative and executive branches to address a lack of inflation adjustment in the foundation formula, which is Alaska Statute 14.17.410 since at least FY17. If you'd like, Mr. Chair, I can speak to my amendment.
Please do so.
Thank you, sir. So this amendment attempts to address a number of concerns we've heard, but I first want to acknowledge some of the things that I appreciate about the Academies model. I will say that we've certainly received feedback in both directions in recent weeks and months. I think it's also important to acknowledge that significant investment has gone into the process that's gotten us here. I queried administration for some basic information. There were roughly 342 meetings, comprising a total of 432 hours that include stakeholders of parents, educators, community stakeholders, and students. The number of total person hours is roughly triple that. The plan promises to address, I think, a key statistic that bugs me every time I look at it, which is aside from children, 0 to age 17, the largest demographic, the Alaskans most likely to be on public assistance in our state are those who, it's a demographic that includes those who just graduated high school, adults age 19 and up. It's a pathway and an opportunity for students to ensure that they can successfully transition to a well-paying job, and the plan isn't perfect, to be clear, and that's what this amendment attempts to address. So I first and foremost want to express appreciation for the district administration and community stakeholders who have gotten this product this far. Specifically, the issues the amendment works to address are, one, that the board, to ensure, and in reference to some public testimony we received earlier, need to ensure that we're wisely allocating resources and limiting budget growth where we can, as we are not given any concrete funding year to year from the state or from our local government. Every dollar appropriated from the legislature and the municipality is subject annually to our assembly and the legislature. That means, unfortunately, just the majority of our programs are at risk, and so we need to continue to wisely spend resources where we can and make the case that every dollar we're appropriating is spent wisely. To that end, I think that it's important to acknowledge that the legislature, the governor's administration specifically have recognized that CTE work is something that they value supporting versus a general BSA increase as recently as March 27th. Commissioner Bishop, the Alaska Department of Education Early Development Commissioner, sat in front of the House Education Committee in reference to a bill that would increase the base student allocation and indicated that her preference was for targeted investment versus general investment. We've seen the governor voice support for CTE programs and has referenced specifically a desire to see resources go into the classroom, which this proposal would propagate. the second item, this amendment specifically mentions is that the board recognizes that without an adequate plan to retain and recruit qualified educators, the Academies model isn't feasible. With that said, a number of opportunities currently available to students aren't feasible. And so the board needs to work to prioritize educator recruitment and retention. So this would formally ask the board to commit to a working group or a modification to our goals and guardrails to ensure that educator recruitment and retention is tracked by the board in a more formal way. My hope is that we engage in that work firsthand. In addition, the third item on the amendment addresses one of my concerns, which I've spoken at the last meeting about, as well as with member lessons, which is to ensure that our model of using King Tech as a CTE delivery system closely aligns and efficiently aligns with the Academy of Anchorage model. I think we can do better there with that vision, and so I'm hopeful that the district administration will utilize the next year before the industry-specific academies, grades 10, go live should the plan be adopted. In addition, I think the next item on our list addresses the number of concerns the families have mentioned, which specifically indicates that they would prefer an alternative pathway at this point. My hope is that the plan is successful and that families see the value as the initiative is implemented. With that said, I think it is important to recognize that not all students are alike, and that if a family wishes to have additional parent choice and engage in alternative pathways in grades 10 through 12, this amendment would provide that opportunity. I personally see extreme value in a class in a freshman academy, which would assist students in transitioning to high school, providing valid and valuable life skills and preparing them for the possibility of attending the industry specific academies in grades 10 through 12 if they so choose, but certainly defer to parents if they so choose to move in a different direction. But again, my hope is that the academy model rolls out as anticipated, and with that in mind, those students who do opt out are minimal. And then lastly, it's a recognition that we will depend on the Anchorage business community grant awards, which aren't a given, but seem likely given at least one request for us to apply, and then the legislature and the governor to continue to appropriate resources, not to just meet the status quo, but that provide school districts in Alaska and ASD specifically the resources to appropriately fund well-paying educator and support staff positions and the programs that they teach. So with that said, those are at least my opening comments. I would be glad to answer any questions, and appreciate the latitude, Mr. Chair.
Member Lessons, you were next on the speaking order.
I would like to come back to that.
Okay. I've inserted myself, and what I'd like to do is ask the superintendent, who may want to report to staff, on these real specific points, which, as I read it, and please correct me if I misinterpret it, would make the 9th grade face class mandatory, but not continuing in a pathway, and basically grow the program as we get resources. My understanding right now is we're building the comprehensive high school pathways with decisions about King Tech to be made later. But if we flip that and say what we're going to do with King Tech first, and then add the comprehensive high school programs, I think those are the big points, right?
So, Mr. Chair, I think I can begin with your last point first. Which I think speaks to vision for this document. I speak and ask for the board to adopt this amendment, knowing that this plan is and should be, in my opinion, subject to regular amendment and modification as we continue to refine the plan. That's really the first portion of my amendment, is to indicate that the plan that exists today likely will not exist in a year or 2 years, in part because we're modifying at least grades 10 through 12. I personally would like to see a stronger commitment and a tie to educator retention as we commit to adopting this model. And in addition, I think that specifically King Tech there's an opportunity for a more closer examination as to how we can utilize that campus to facilitate. The plan that we are adopting today does not bind us for multiple years, and we've heard that from district administration that we can and should think of this as something more closer to a capital improvement plan than some sort of concrete document that binds us for in future years. And so my hope is that additional work can be done to mitigate concerns as they come up. I think there are items that the program will there will be other hurdles that the program has to address going forward, which aren't addressed in the plan that we will need to address. And so it really lays a framework for beginning that process of collaboration with the administration and starting the process of first the freshman academy, recognizing that that alone has standalone value for our students, and recognizing that the rest we can navigate those challenges as they come. Thank you.
To the superintendent, if you could address those specific points. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. President, I'd like to applaud Member Jacobs for creating an amendment that I feel is reasonable and solutions oriented, because the way that I read this amendment is that we would proceed with Freshman Academy as planned at all high schools. And it is a course that I believe does have merits on its own, but it also provides the district and community a chance to apply and ask for additional funding, whether that comes from JUNO or it could come from the Department of Education. As I shared with each board member individually, Phase 3 of the funding plan for the academies would be a grant that's up to $17 million from the U.S. Department of Education, who's already provided the startup funding of $15 million. So I think that this is really allowing the program to show its value to the community and to the school board, while giving us the time without derailing our intent, which is really a district-wide implementation that's aligned to board goals, specifically around graduation rates and student post-secondary success. So I think this provides a viable path forward. Lastly, I'll speak to the opt-out portion of the amendment. That is also something that we support as well. I do think it's reasonable to expect that some families know that their plan for their students wouldn't involve some sort of career and technical education pathway. I think as a whole, while 40% of our students do end up attending college, I will reemphasize to the community and the school board, though, that only 25% of our graduates earn a post-secondary credential. So even amongst our college-bound students, there is work to be done. And I think that moving a step forward will provide the transformation that I believe this community deserves, and also provides a path for the economic vitality that our business community has spoken to.
Thank you very much. Additional comments from board members? Member Higgins?
Thank you. This shouldn't be a difficult issue, but it is a difficult issue to me. And it's difficult for a number of reasons. This thing has been ongoing for a year and a half, and now we've got administration implementing part of it, and then coming to us after it feel like it's already started implementing. That's not the way it should have been done. And that's a concern to me. There are issues that haven't been addressed, and there are issues that's going to have to be addressed before we go beyond the freshman academy with schedules and graduation rates. We've got staffing issues. We've got a ton of issues. And I read some reports in here that says, that the some different people that made the comment that, the Ignite program is just for a few, but this is for everybody. So because it's for everybody, it's equity. No, that's equality. Equity is having to do with people with different needs and different issues, and that's what we're not looking at. Once again, we got a program that treats everybody the same. Everybody has to be in on it. Everybody has to follow it. And some people, believe it or not, are headed to Harvard, whatever. And that becomes an issue to them, and the parents are right that they do have concerns. My concern now is that being asked to approve this plan that not just for next year, I do not want to lose the support from the business community that we've got that I've never seen before. Okay. I admit that. I first got on board in 2008, nothing like this. With the support from the community, it's so important. It's going to impact outcomes for kids. It's going to impact support. But without the funding, we don't have the staffing. We're not going to be able to do the resources, and I'm not going to cut other programs to establish this one that's critical to getting kids so they can read at third grade, that we can address kids with special needs and other issues. A night program is just as much of a special needs as special ed or anything else. They're
Point of
all in
order,
that
Mr. Chair.
category. So my concern right now.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
We have a point of order.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments of Member Higgins. I just procedurally, I think it's important that we speak to any comments regarding the amendment, dispatch the amendment, and then I'm very interested in hearing Member Higgins' thoughts on the entire proposal. Thank you.
Points well taken. If you will, please speak to the amendment specifically.
I'll join in later.
Other board member comment?
I
Member
think
Bellamy,
Member
then
Lessons-
Member
this
Watson.
is- this was like-
Well, in the interest of harmony, Member Lessons and then Member Bellamy.
I concede to the gentle lady.
Thank you, madam. I am grateful for the enormous outpouring of community support tonight and throughout this process. I don't take that time, that input lightly. And I think that Member Jacobs' proposed language, the addition, does a really excellent job of highlighting so much of the work that has gone into that. So I thank you for that. After an enormous amount of thought, much of which I've shared on record in work sessions, in the last board meeting, in this past week's Special Finance Committee meeting, I have tried to grapple with and remain deeply concerned about a variety of implications of the proposed master plan as it currently stands. I'm exceedingly concerned about unanswered questions regarding the financial, academic, and staffing implications of full adoption of the master plan. I know that there's language in here that suggests that we may be sort of offering guidance and collaborating, but I don't think it is, I don't think it fully reflects our responsibility as board members to shepherd the district's finances in support of our student outcomes in a responsible way. It's something I'm very concerned about. I have ongoing questions. I do want to speak just to this amendment, and I'm not opposed to retaining this amendment. I would, however, be interested in potentially adopting this amendment, but prior to it, amending things, as it were. So with that, I would move to amend the recommendation, Memorandum 162, as it's currently drafted, to read as follows: that the Anchorage School Board supports the high school transformation process for the Anchorage School District as indicated by
we
the
have a
master.
point of order.
Amendment on the floor.
Can I move amend the amendment? Yes, I'm moving the amendment. I'm moving an amendment to the amendment. Okay, I apologize for that.
I took it as you were trying to amend the main motion.
I'm trying to
Amend the amendment.
I guess that I have a point of order, if whether I can amend the amendment by inserting additional language at the beginning of this amendment.
If it is language that would be part of the amendment, you could. But if you are changing language in the main motion, it would have to wait until we have dealt with.
Then I will wait. Yeah,
So what?
it's probably better. I will wait until we deal with the amendment that's on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Sounds fun. Member Bellamy, you were next.
Thank you, sir. So I support the memo as it's written. However, in hearing a lot and really trying to wrap my head around the concerns that have come up just recently, I really never thought we would, because of all the attention and the work that's gone into this. This is the superintendent's interim goal. The timing on this is just what it should be, as far as I can tell. So our goal is the CCL goal. How we get to that goal depends on our guardrails, and it depends on what the superintendent's plan is. So this is the superintendent's plan. I totally support it. I welcome the amendment as amendment number 1, Member Jacobs, because it does seek to, it does not micromanage the program. Neither does it, and most importantly, it really does address some of the concerns that we're hearing from everybody. So we know that 40% of our kids are going to go to college. The other 60%, what about the other 60%? King Tech is a wonderful place. I've been around long enough. I worked there, my first job in Anchorage School District. It was amazing then. It's amazing now. It's not enough. It cannot provide the services that our kids, it cannot do this work in a vacuum. That's what we've done all along as a district. We've had pockets of excellence all over the city. This school has this school has that. Then what about my school? What this program does, this initiative will provide access and opportunity. That's equity. It's not equality. It's access and access at my home school, opportunities at my home school. And so that's 60%. What about the 60% of our kids who are graduating, who we know are either, by the time they're 19, they're either homeless or seeking some other kind of public assistance? We can do better for our kids. And if not this program, I really don't know what that will be, that will touch the lives of every single kid, no matter where they live in our city, no matter what they look like, no matter what their human difference is, they will have access and opportunities. And so the fact that it is an important conversation. I didn't think we'd have to have it to this depth because we have been informed about this program all along the way. But some people didn't pay attention. And no, this is not a mistake. This is our goal for our kids. And we're going to do the right thing and take, I mean, we know that this is good for kids. I know in my soul that this is good for kids. And no, we have not always had the staff we need. We've not always had the money we need, but we can figure this out. We're going to have to do it over and over again until we're funded. Hopefully we'll get funded. But that's not going to be right away. This is a gradual, phased in program that will benefit our kids. Even if kids go to college nowadays, some of us have to work. Well, some of them. Because parents can't afford it all anymore, no matter what college they're going to. We heard from UAA how excited they were about this program. And it doesn't diminish if you want your kids to go to college, I want my grandkids to go to college too. They may not want to, but they will have that opportunity in their public school, in their neighborhood school. So I will support the amendment, but most importantly, I support the memo. Thank you.
Member Wilson.
So the academies, I'm really excited about the potential for the Academies of Anchorage. I've participated on the steering committee. I've had the privilege of attending the trip to Nashville as well. I want to point out that the academies, I know there's been discussion about our 60% of our students that don't choose to go to college right out of high school, but the academies address opportunities for all of our students. The ones that choose to go, that are on the college path, the students that want to go into the trades, the students that want to just go straight to work, and then the combination of the bunch. My youngest daughter, she did things very smart. She worked full-time coming out of high school, went to school part-time. She just graduated with her master's degree. Our students have the opportunity to gain dual credit going through with our partnership with UAA. They'll have opportunities for credentials, which will bolster their resume coming out of high school or coming out of college. Either one, it's going to benefit them. The opportunity to not just have the connections to industry to be able to select potential careers, but also the opportunity to deselect careers earlier on so that families are not spending that money on particular college programs that that a student has decided. I'm sorry.
Yes, we have a point of order.
Yep.
Okay.
I wholeheartedly agree.
I know, I'm getting to
Yeah.
that. Sorry. I got excited.
If you will, to the amendment.
Okay, I will save the rest for later. But the amendment addresses, there's a few things that the amendment addresses, and that is the regular progress monitoring agenda items in future work sessions. I do appreciate that, where the entire board feels like they're moving on the same page with the planning for the academies. The greater attention to the board towards educator recruitment and retention and efforts to continue to keep our teachers and focus on that retention. I will comment later on the work we can do to help with that recruitment. I think in a nutshell, I do support the academies. I do support this amendment because I feel like it enhances the opportunities for the board to participate in the process, the future planning, and for our educators to continue to be part of that process as well.
Other comments? Member Jacobs?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments by Member Lessons regarding kind of a fiduciary responsibility angle. Please know I took that seriously. I enjoyed your finance committee meeting recently where we took a worst case scenario examination of what funding looks like, and if the legislature chose, knowing that none of our funding from the state or localities are certain, right? Knowing that if we took a worst case scenario, we assumed status quo funding from the state and from the municipality of Anchorage and no additional grant funding, in a scenario that isn't realistic, the program would still be paid in full for multiple years, unlike the salaries of most of our educators, frankly. With that said, I think it's important to remind the board that we've chosen to lead in the absence of leadership from others in state and local government. That took the form most recently of approval of contracts for 2 different bargaining units that committed us to $9 million in the current fiscal year of additional expense and additional unfunded expenses that we will have to account for when we grapple with future budgets. That figure also includes $15 million that we allocated to educators in the 1-year agreement. This board has to and is put in a position, due to how our budget operates within the municipal budget and within the state operating budget, make commitments to what we value as a board for all of our funding streams are certain. And so I view this action and this potential program is one that has more solid footing. Again, I want to stress that this amendment tries to indicate that there are challenges that need to be addressed with the master plan that I intend on being very involved and collaborating with administration to address. I've expressed a number of those during work sessions and at prior meetings, but I do want to be part of the solution and also provide a transformational opportunity for all students that doesn't currently exist. So while there's work to be done, I think that this amendment gets us closer to a product that best serves students and is best for all students. Thank you.
Member Lessons?
Thank you for the collective thoughts and input. I move to amend the amendment by striking the number 10 in the second to last bullet point and replacing it with the number 9, so that it would read, providing ASD families with students in grades 9 through 12 the opportunity to pursue an alternative to pathways identified within the AOA master plan document if desired, in the spirit of parental choice and to best serve the interests of each ASD student. So,
do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Member Higgins. Did you want to continue to speak?
I was waiting to make sure that Ms. Grant was able to find it. Replacing the number 10 with the number 9, which would effectively change it from a grades 10 through 12 to a grades 9 through 12. Yeah, thank you. I'd like to speak to that amendment to the amendment by saying that especially in this upcoming school year, where we will continue to have a 6 course per day model, there are students who already have pathways lined up for themselves. Those pathways, in order to compete at some of the nation's, at our state's top schools, at our nation's top schools, you need to backwards plan your schedule. And I think that's critical that we allow students and their families the opportunity to be able to move forward with their academic intentions as planned. Amending this from a grades 10 through 12 optional possibility to a grade 9 through 12 possibility creates opportunities for students to move forward with their hopes and dreams as they've outlined them.
Discussion on the amendment to the, oh, are you still speaking?
Especially in advance of the board approving any change in graduation requirements and any change in the school schedule, which I anticipate discussing in the forthcoming school year.
Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Member Jacobs?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the amendment to the amendment. It was something I grappled with where I think I landed ultimately with the original language of grades 10 through 12 is kind of a hybrid approach that we hadn't considered as the board. So it wasn't something I collaborated with anyone on, to be honest. I sent it to Dr. Bryant and asked if he thought I had lost something along the way, and he indicated that he would consider it. And so I appreciate that. With that said, why the language that I drafted included grade 9 is in the freshman academy as being something that all students should experience is what I saw other districts incorporate as part of their journey as a Fort NGL community and during the academies pathways that they established and chose. Part of the vision for the freshman academy, as I understand it, is to ensure students are prepared for a high school career, have and develop valuable life skills, and then as part of that, explore career opportunities. And they could, if the original underlying amendment were to pass, then continue on to the full Academies of Anchorage model. As a therapeutic foster parent to dozens of at-risk youth, this is a class that I think all of my kids need. The 60% of our, it's more than that, it's 63% of Anchorage residents don't have a 4-year degree. Dr. Bryan referenced the even higher figure of roughly a fourth of our students obtain a baccalaureate degree. The majority of our students would benefit from that kind of class, and it dovetails, frankly, with our goal of ensuring that our students are college, career, and life, being the operative word, ready. Those goals weren't the board goals. Those goals were driven from community input, stakeholder engagement. Those were things that we added after hearing from thousands of parents, and frankly predate on this board. We've chosen to continue those goals, but they were here before the majority of us were. And I see value in that, and I support it. So that was the thought behind the original, and why I'm leaning towards not supporting the amendment, although I appreciate it. And I understand why that was something I grappled with too. Thank you.
More discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Superintendent Bryant?
I appreciate the amendment, Member Lessons. I do think it's worth the board having a conversation on the pros and the cons. I will advocate that I do believe that the Freshman Academy course provides a vital opportunity for students to understand what's out there. The point of a freshman academy course is to, one, have a college and career exposure. That's a part of the programmatic elements of the freshman academy. And it exposes our students to the various workforce opportunities here in Anchorage. Even if the board weren't to adopt career pathways, at minimum, at least our students would be able to understand what are the opportunities here in Alaska before they make the decision to leave. Because the fact of the matter is that we're losing a third of our young people. And it's because I believe they aren't making the connections between what they're interested in and the opportunities right here in Alaska that are being championed by many of the speakers that were here tonight. So I do believe it's worthwhile to consider that mandating all of our students take freshman academy isn't necessarily a bad thing. It could actually be a transformational thing for them, even absent career pathways. The other thing I want the board to weigh is that mandatory freshman academy or an opt-out freshman academy is most congruent to our grant application. So for the public's awareness, the U.S. Department of Education provided about $15 million, which was essentially used to fund freshman academy. So this would be a cost-neutral path forward, and I do believe it's one that adds value to the students, and it wouldn't cause any risk to the district of having to amend and potentially have an amendment be rejected by the Department of Education. So I hope that the board at least strongly considers maintaining the grade 10 through 12 opt-out and maintaining freshman academy. Those are a couple of considerations for the board.
Member Lessons.
Yeah, the board has undergone no legal exploration of I don't know, the boundaries of that grant. The grant was submitted without board knowledge. The board approved the receipt of the grant without having received the actual 60-something page document. It is now a $15 million tail wagging a multi-billion-dollar dog when you think about a 5-year budget cycle. And I find it hard to believe that the federal government would require ASD to relinquish $12 million that is yet unspent when we're facing a $91 million fiscal cliff for FY26. So I don't support the rationale of worrying about the grant. It is small potatoes in the large scheme of the district's position. There was more I was going to say, but that really, those are my thoughts on focusing on the grant as it is.
And if I may add some clarification, I mean, member Lessons, you're correct in the sense that the administration submitted a grant application. That's an administrative function. But I do respectfully disagree with the notion that the tail is wagging the dog. Actually, the dog is the board goals that were to increase graduation rates. And we submitted a grant application in alignment to the board goals, which was CCL graduation rates and CTE.
If I can respond, that is absolutely correct. And I appreciate that. I think it's important to make sure that people understand the process was that in July of 2021, this board adopted a new board goal of students being life ready and college and or career ready. It was not a SMART goal. It wasn't measurable, but it was what this board tasked the administration with. In September of that year, the district launched its CCL work. By that fall and into that winter, it was soliciting bids for potential paths to fulfill that work. One was work with existing pathways and strengthening them. And to my understanding, the other was transforming it. The board, the administration chose to pursue the model of transformation rather than strengthening existing. And really the first time the board heard about that work was a number of months later in the spring of 2022. And again, it was some time before the board heard about that work again. And really only in January of 2024 did the board adjust its board goal to be very specific and focused on graduation rates. It's our bad that we've adjusted our goal. I think it's a better goal than it was. Right now, the board's goal is to improve our graduation rates. As I shared in our finance committee meeting, graduation rates for our comprehensive high schools are significantly higher than graduation rates for the district as a whole. I'm really not convinced that allocating resources equally across our comprehensive high schools, number one, targets resources where they need to be at schools with greatest concentrations of high needs students. And number two, I don't see those funds or those grant resources being applied to credit recovery schools or some of the alternative schools, or even our charter schools, which have lower, both of those groups have lower graduation rates than the comprehensive schools. So this is maybe diverging from the motion to amend the amendment. But we are talking about what it was, but our board goals were brought up. So I'm speaking to what was already brought up about our board goals.
Into it. Yeah. Member Jacobs or Member Wilson?
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That was well, I need to go back in the queue. I had a couple different things and I want to make sure I'm speaking to the amendment. I think my request was, it was more of an informational request for administration. If they could speak to the freshman academy, our vision for the freshman academy versus Akron or another locality that's implemented the Academies model. What if a student were to choose to attend the or if a student were attended the freshman academy and then chose to diverge from the Academies model, what would we expect as a district those students to leave with?
Sure, I can get us started, and I'd also like to call up our Senior Director of Teaching and Learning because we did prepare some information on Freshman Academy because we anticipated that a big decision the board has to make is whether you support a full implementation of a Freshman Academy. But at a high level, it's aligned to the portion of a graduate that the board adopted in terms of the soft skills, but also provides exposure to the different college and career opportunities that our students should be thinking about as they make that transition from middle school into high school. And I'd like our staff to provide some specific insights on Freshman Academy and the value that it adds for our students.
Sure. For the record, I'm Dr. Kirsten Johnson, Senior Director of Teaching and Learning. So to answer questions about Freshman Academy to Member Jacobs' question, the Freshman Academy is multifaceted. The course that has been referenced as Freshman Academy Career Exploration is just one component of Freshman Academy. And we've talked extensively about that course at the board discussion level here. Within that course, students would not only have guaranteed experiences of attending a career expo as a part of the career exploration that has been referenced, but they would also have a college campus visit. For many of our students, they've never stepped foot on a college campus. So it's multifaceted to give them those experiences. There is also a high emphasis on supporting the freshman transition into high school. Our metrics are very clear as a district that our freshman failure rate is extremely high, and then we spend a lot of time and resources on credit recovery. So the effort of Freshman Academy is to really shore up some of those metrics and make our kids more successful in that transition. There is a significant amount of time spent on exploring their talents, their preferences, looking at college campuses, also exploring other types of job embedded training as a part of it. And then there's a third part of the course that is really focused on the soft skills or transferable skills that are really a part of that portrait of the graduate that the board has adopted. In addition to the course, there is a team structure, much like you see at a middle school, where core teachers are paired with the Freshman Academy Career Exploration teacher. And the idea is you have a supportive team of teachers surrounding a group of students in a smaller learning community so that they're supported in that transition. So rather than putting a 14-year-old in a 17 or 1800 student school at some of our schools and saying, good luck with all of your classes, we give them that smaller learning community so they have that support in the transition. So those are the major components of Freshman Academy. They also have a dedicated Freshman Academy counselor. So they really focus on that transition and keeping track of students in that transition. And they also will have a dedicated freshman academy assistant principal. So they not only have the teacher team, but then they have a support team outside of that as well to support the transition.
Other questions or comment? Member Wilson?
You don't know what you don't know. My mom used to say that all the time. I don't know what I don't know. And as a parent, I didn't know what I didn't know for many years as well, which is why I spend a lot of time trying to educate other students and families on all of the opportunities ASD has to offer. And many of our students and families now don't know what's available to them. They don't know about the programs at King Tech. They don't know about some of the programs within our other schools. They don't know. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard that from our graduates. I wish, and our 20-somethings, I wish I would have known. I wish I would have taken advantage of this program or that program, but I didn't know. And there's a lot of I don't knows that still exist in our schools with our kids and our families. And I really believe that our 9th graders can absolutely benefit from the opportunity to take Freshman Academy, to know what those opportunities are, to be educated on that so that they can at least have the opportunity to take advantage of what they would learn about. I just want you to keep in mind that you don't know what you don't know. And I want our students to know. I want our families to know.
Other comments on the amendment to the amendment? Member Jacobs.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the feedback and clarity regarding Freshman Academy. Thinking back to our portrait of a graduate, my understanding is the board, it was well received by the board once it was presented. I have 3 ASD youth in my home right now who would have benefited from attending Freshman Academy or a class like it. Its ties to consumer and family sciences, in my opinion, make it invaluable. I think it's a class that every student should attend. The amount of 19-year-olds I've had to educate on how to operate a washing machine and a dryer, which won't be covered in this class, but speaks to their lack of being life ready, it astounds me as just an engaged citizen in our community. And so it's really why I ended up choosing to ensure that in the language of my underlying amendment, it's an experience that all students would have available, with again acknowledging that even should the underlying amendment pass, it commits to continual reexamination of the master plan to ensure that it's effective and supported by our community, parents, business stakeholders, our legislature, our assembly. But at this point, I think it's the best decision for students, which is my kind of guiding compass. Thank you.
Other comments on the amendment to the amendment? Member Watson.
Yeah, I'm just going to close it. This is a district that believes deeply in choice for all of our students. We allow our students to pursue their hopes, their dreams, their interests, and any number of models of education. I think that this amendment supports that entire trajectory. It continues to allow families and students to make the best decision for themselves. I am not disagreeing that there are a lot of kids who are going to benefit from Freshman Academy, but does every student necessarily need it? No. There are students who are already making choices, and for them, this prescriptive approach of mandatory freshman academies, it removes a little bit of choice from their educational time in the Anchorage School District.
Other comments on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, I'm putting myself in the speaking order again. One of the largest concerns that has been on my mind about the program is mandatory. we have some mandatory classes that are classic, English, math, science, social studies. They've been with us for a long time. Adding another one, to me, is a huge thing. I think everybody sees value in the academy for a lot of students, and perhaps for any student. But the feedback we've gotten as parents have kind of awakened to this is that we do have a large community that has other plans, and they don't want to see that disrupted. Board members went to Nashville. Members of the public went to Nashville. A lot of staff went. We've had people out in the schools talking to staff, the tactical team folks. And it struck me a while back that the people we didn't talk to first were parents and students, that as a group, they've kind of been left out. With this amendment to the amendment, we will have to sell this program to them. I don't think that's such a bad idea. I also think it's probably not a bad idea if the first iteration of the FACE class is to students that choose to take it. And we all know the first time a class like that's taught somewhere, it's going to be bumpy. The teachers are going to be working out their act on it. We're going to find out what works, what doesn't work. There are advantages to doing that with a voluntary audience. And this doesn't preclude that we may decide at a later time to make it mandatory, but that in this fall class, it would be people who see the potential value. I support the amendment, and I think I support the amendment to the amendment, and I believe the amendment offered by Member Jacobs is well thought out on a number of key points. But our first concern is the amendment to the amendment. And if there are no other comments, we'll put that to a vote. Member Higgins.
I'll just echo that. We're not endangering the program by recognizing that parents and kids have expressed concerns about wanting to have some flexibility. And I think that's all this is doing. And I think we're addressing issues and feedback, and we're continuing on with the academy. So the idea that every child has to be treated identically, it's the same cookie cutter, everything the same, is a concern to me. Is the equity versus equality. And we do have kids and parents that want things differently. Let's give them that flexibility. I don't think you're going to see a lot of abandoning it. It's going to be promoted. I just support the amendment. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, we will, pardon me, put it to a vote. I'll ask Ms. Grant to call the roll.
Member Bellamy. Member Donnelly.
No.
Member Higgins. Yes. Member Jacobs.
No.
Member Lessons.
Yes.
Member Wilson.
No.
President Holloman.
Yes. By a vote of 3 to 4, we have not enacted the amendment to the amendment. We are back on the amendment to the main motion, Jacobs Amendment number 1. Does anyone wish to speak?
Mr. Chair.
Member Jacobs?
Yep, just in wrap up, if there's no other discussion. I appreciate the consideration and the kind words towards kind of an attempt on my part to be responsive to the community, and the contingent of parents who have expressed a desire to see some flexibility. Again, I would highlight that the amendment does offer significant more parental choice, while also providing a transformational opportunity to students. It offers a commitment to our educators that this board will be better, something that our educators frankly need to hear at the rate that they're choosing to leave the profession, not just in Anchorage, of course, but across the state of Alaska, due to a number of reasons that are in and outside of our control. It also acknowledges that there will be check and balances in this process where the board can and will assert its authority to modify the master plan and hold local, state, and federal stakeholders accountable as without a high sense of synergy at just about every level. We need that level of synergy for this program to be successful. So I would urge support. I appreciate the conversation, and I thank you for the leeway.
Other comments on the amendment? Putting myself last in the speaking order, I'll just say that the amendment, I think, really addresses some of the biggest concerns I've had. One is that we were embarking on a program where we were really committing to spend millions of dollars a year at a time while we're still waiting to find out what's going to happen this fall. And a significant veto of funds really damages our ability just to offer the district we had last year. I think if we do pass this amendment and the master plan, it asks the question of the governor: do you support this kind of education? This is a change. This would be a dramatic program if we can make it succeed. But we can't make it succeed with flat funding, and we can't make it succeed with less than flat funding unless we cut so many other programs that citizens have come before us and said they desperately want us to maintain them. I think putting that question out to the public and to the governor this week poses an interesting question. It does give the district a chance to demonstrate the ability to do a good job with these classes. And I hope that would build confidence and bring more engagement from the business community and from parents and everyone into it. I do think we have a responsibility to say what we're going to do with King Tech at the beginning, that we need to build this model talking about where they're going to be and what role they're going to play, because the uncertainty that's been introduced has been corrosive to them continuing to try to do the excellent job that they do. And lastly, I think it does make clear that we have a lot of uncertainty in our future. We're going ahead with the FACE class without necessarily being able to promise how many academies we can stand up, not knowing for sure how many students will be there. But I think if we do it right, there will be a significant number of students in every high school. I do like the idea of it being in every high school, as opposed to just in some and not in others. This is not a perfect way to go forward, but I think it does bring the opportunity to every student in our comprehensive high schools. I very much appreciate the thought that was put into it, because this is a terribly complex plan, and changing it is not a simple thing. If there are no further comments from anyone on the board, I will ask Ms. Grant to call the roll. Yes, Member Wesson.
Yeah, I intend to be supportive of this amendment. I did want to comment on a couple of items within the very last bullet point. I received a targeted social media post recently from one of our Academy partners, which I was interested in. And that led me to a survey about how business community members can engage with the Academies of Anchorage. And there was a lot of great opportunity for input. There's no way of indicating that your business was interested in supporting the investment in the Academies of Anchorage with monetary donations or by staffing investments. Lots of other ways to be supportive, but no ask in those two critical areas. So I absolutely see that as a major need to accelerate that ask. And secondly, I continue to be continue to be appreciative of grant awards, but also worried by them. And in particular, the one that's been referenced a couple of times, I believe is a magnet school grant. So I wonder if maybe the superintendent could speak about what that means.
Through the president, member lessons. So at a high level, the Magnet School Grant is an opportunity from the Department of Education, the United States Department of Education, to provide opportunities to create models of, more choice programs and options within schools. To go more in depth, I may need to ask staff, but at a high level, when we think about the career pathways that would be located at all the different high schools, the fact that ASD has a liberal transfer policy in which if a school has space, a student can attend whatever school that they would like. It's right for us to apply for it. It would align with the work being done under the Fostering Diverse Schools Grant, which is funding Freshman Academy. If you'd like more information, I would need to ask staff, but at a high level, we did review it, and it appears that our Academy model is aligned with the intent of the U.S. Department of Education to create more robust, rich choice in our schools.
Mr. Chair, just one,
Yeah.
if I might. So
Bell.
there are 3 phases to this program. We're in phase 1. And in phase 3, you will see that there is looking at funding from business community that's still to be fleshed out. Just keep in mind, guys, this is not a package deal. It's pretty organic, and we get to know and tweak it as we go along. So, again, it's all the things that have come up tonight are not going to be immediate problems like this coming year, but they are understandably concerns. And so this is why I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Any further comment? If not, we are voting on Jacobs Amendment 1 to the main motion. If Ms. Grant will call the roll.
Member Jacobs,
Yes.
Member Higgins. Yes. Member Donnelly,
Yes.
Member Lessons,
Yes.
Member Wilson,
Yes.
Member Bellamy,
Yes.
President Holloman.
Yes. We have adopted Amendment 1 to the master plan. What's before you now is the master plan for the Academies of Anchorage. Does anyone have a comment? Member Lessons.
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment. I'd like to offer an amendment.
By all means.
I move to amend the recommendation to read as follows: that the Anchorage School Board supports the high school transformation process for the Anchorage School District as indicated by the master plan, but recommends that the school board adopts an interim plan for year 1, the 2024-25 school year, and a master plan for years 2 and 3, the 2025 to 26 and 2026 to 27 school years.
Do we have
And
a second?
just to as a point of clarification, then it will be followed by the amendment that was just offered.
Do we have a second? Member Higgins is a second. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yeah, I appreciate that the board is giving direction to the administration through the amendment that's just been approved to further collaborate with the district administration and to sort of keep abreast of things as we go along. I think it's critical that we have that we allow this to be essentially an interim year 1 plan. But that I think we have to keep in mind that we have the FY26 budgeting cycle coming before us. We haven't engaged with the district right sizing plan. We have a lot of unknowns, frankly. Part of the grant application asserted that we would have transportation available at 75% of our schools by May of 2024. That's not available currently, and it's also unclear at this point, but it would be in a year from now or thereabouts, whether there is transportation available by the spring of 2025. So this motion to amend simply says that, yes, this is going to be, we will have an interim plan for year 1, and that we would then have a master plan for years 2 and 3.
Further discussion?
I asked
Member
a question.
Bellamy, you're on some.
So is this not covered in the fact that this is a phased in program, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3?
With all due respect, I've done a lot of reading, but I don't know where I see phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And maybe I've missed that.
Mr. Chair, while we're looking at phases, could I comment?
Member
To be
Jacobs.
efficient. Thank you. I appreciate the amendment. I personally view this amendment as well thought out and well intended, but incongruent with my efforts to adopt changes to the memorandum and express intent that I think this board just did unanimously to ensure that the master plan is a living document which is regularly modified and reflects the will of this board, as well as holds ourselves accountable and makes commitments to our budgeting process, as well as holds local, state, and federal stakeholders accountable, and most importantly, commits to our teachers. And so I think with those safeguards in place, I think the board can safely move forward at this point with the commitment to the first freshman academy. I don't see additional safeguards as being required, provided we utilize the tools at our disposal, which we've had, and just made clear our intent to continue to utilize as necessary to ensure that this opportunity is best for all students. We referenced our budget process. I just want to reiterate, and Dr. Bryant and administration, please correct me if I'm wrong. This initiative is fully funded, and so it won't be part of our structural deficit challenge, unlike most other programs. And my hope is that, as President Holloman alluded to, we could utilize that fact to hopefully generate support in our capital with the legislative and executive branch. And with that said, I think that this is something that isn't required at this point, but I appreciate it. And please know I'm committed to partnering with this board and administration to ensure that the Academies of Anchorage is implemented with fidelity, while also honoring the best wishes of parents and the best interests of students. Thank you.
Thank you. This addresses issues that I had raised to me by principals and staff and other people. How many staff are we going to have? What are we going to be able to fill the jobs? The finances is one issue, but even if you get additional money, you can't find teachers. We're going to have a real nightmare of a problem. Are we going to a 7 or an 8 schedule class? Is that possible? And is that critical to the process to really be successful? And if we do, then we have to address the graduation requirements. That's going to be an issue. That was a factor Matsu faced when they went to a 7 schedule and they didn't make modifications. They had all kind of issues associated with that. So I think we haven't got answers to those questions. I don't know what's going to happen with funding. I don't know what we're going to do with staffing. I can always hope for the best. It's one of those things, as long as we got checks, we must have money, but it doesn't really work that way. And so how are we going to keep the positions, or we're going to lose teachers over the issue? We got a lot of people upset. We got a lot of people supportive. So I know we got both sides. But this addresses the biggest concern I have, is that we got so many unanswered questions, but we're not holding it back this year. We're going forward, giving that administration support, and we're recognizing the support that we're getting in the business community, and we're living up to that, and with the goal that we're going to be successful going forward more. So I'm very supportive of it. Thank you.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Point of information.
I believe Member Higgins just referenced his uncertainty with where staffing or with where staffing is for the academies. We have subject matter experts in the room. Could we hear from administration as to where we are with hiring staff for the academies and what their projection is, if there will be difficulties, since we just spoke to it? Thank you.
Sure. I would like to do that. Thank you, Member Jacobs. So a common question that's come up is, if the district were to adopt a 6 of 8 period schedule, what does that mean for the district? And for us, that would mean we'd need to hire an additional 30 high school teachers. And that may cause concern for some, because many think that because of the staffing shortages nationwide, that we may have difficulty hiring additional teachers for high school. With that said, I'd like to ask our Chief of Human Resources to share some insights in terms of hiring specifically for high school positions historically.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bryant. To Member Jacobs, I've also heard, a number of folks express concerns about if we were to open up those 30 additional positions, can we fill them? People are paying attention when we've been talking about the fact that we are in a tight labor market when it comes to certified teachers. And the truth is, if we were to wait for the right candidates to come forward with that traditional, certification preparation, we'd probably be waiting a long time. But one of the really unique things about CTE courses is we do have, through the state of Alaska, the opportunity to certify folks with a Type M certificate if they have 2 years or more of industry-specific experience. So in some ways, as we stand up CTE pathways, we may be opening up a pipeline that brings additional folks into the buildings. Also, a number that I have cited a number of times in presentations is that we started this year with 140 vacant teacher positions, and that is an alarming number. When you look further into that number, though, one thing that's important to understand is that the bulk of those positions are in special ed and in elementary. Strangely, we have not seen teacher vacancies at the high school level. When we look at our comprehensive high schools, we only had, I think, 10.4 FTE that were vacant at the beginning of the year. 3 of those positions were ROTC positions, and that specifically had to do with the way that the cadet commands at the national level have sort of restructured the pay associated with being an ROTC instructor. So that's not really within the sphere of our control. So there are really only about 7 teaching positions, less than 1 per high school, that were vacant at the beginning of the year. So, of course, I can't promise that, as this teacher shortage looms in the future, that we won't see an increased number of vacancies at high school. But as of right now, we have not. And that is not an area where we have had a difficult time attracting and retaining certificated staff.
And if I could add one additional point, we've heard from CEOs of a number of organizations tonight, and they have really advocated for the academy model because this provides a long-term pathway to tackle the labor shortages that we see statewide. But there's a CEO that hasn't spoken yet about this, and that would be the CEO of ASD, which is me. And one of the reasons why I truly support some of the pathways in the master plan is because it provides a long-range talent solution for the district. So in the master plan, you'll notice that we'll have education pathways at 5 high schools. So if we can find a way to maintain staff for the next few years, we're going to have a really impressive talent pipeline for ourselves, for early childhood educators, for teachers, and that also tackles the board goal on making our workforce more diverse. So this CEO sees a lot of benefit in that itself.
Member Wilson.
As was pointed out multiple times, the master plan, the Academies of Anchorage master plan, is not set in stone as was presented, and will adapt as needed. And the board, I believe that the amendment that was accepted by the board that Member Jacobs provided will give the opportunity for the board to provide guidance along the way. With the regular progress monitoring on the agenda items, future work sessions. So that I believe that's written into the amendment that's already been accepted. I don't feel like the additional language, amendment number 2, is necessary to add any additional changes that aren't already addressed in amendment number 1. So I will not be supporting it.
Member Wassons.
Yeah. I wanted to reflect on the imperative to have an interim plan for year 1. I first read the master plan when it was a version dated May 17th. There were sections of that document that were not then created or not yet ready for actual bringing it forward to the board. Those were developed within the following week. After I think they were awaiting adoption by the steering committee. So they've been subsequently added to the version that is before us today. But even if you go to a section like the College and Career Exploration Tactical Plan, you can see language governing sort of the intentions for the next year, that the district is going to outline a chart of the possible costs of the plan for these personal learning and career planning platforms. Like, we don't know what the cost of these new things are going to be yet. We don't know what the features or the necessary IT support is going to be yet. There are other details that say the district is still going to create an implementation plan for this college and career exploration plan. It's still going to identify data that's going to be collected. It still needs to set the success criteria. And this is just a small segment. What I'm saying here is that by creating an interim plan for year one, which would essentially allow that work to go forward over the coming year, we will then be able to say, what have you done in this year? What are your plans now for years 2 and 3? As it stands, we approve this document. We're approving a document that says, identify the data that will be collected, create an implementation plan, set the success criteria. And I don't think that that's responsible. I think that having a little bit of a tighter understanding of what the district proposes to do is just incumbent upon us as elected board members.
Member Jacobs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the comments by the previous speaker. I agree, which was the some of the underlying thoughts regarding my proposed amendment, which passed just a moment ago. We do need to ensure that we're monitoring to evaluate the AOA master plan as it's updated, and the not the immediate academic year, but the following academic year plans for the industry-specific academies are finalized. What I appreciate about the plan to roll out the freshman academy next year is that can be our focus at the building level, while administration works with building leadership to finalize the rest of that plan with board support and oversight. And through that oversight, I think we will have a product which becomes more refined and is something that we can take to the deed commissioner, who has indicated that she would support CTE initiatives, and take to our governor and to our legislature, who failed to override a veto to increase our funding, which would have mitigated most of this conversation, frankly. And indicate that we are collectively coupled with a renewed focus on consolidating our physical footprint, demonstrate that we're listening to stakeholders at the state level with their desires to what they value and are willing to fund, which is important given that that is 60% of our budget. So again, I think we have that flexibility, which is why I don't necessarily see it's more that I think the amendment, I think at this point is moot, because I think we have this authority now, given that the underlying memorandum has been amended. Also, while I have the floor, I just wanted to add additional context and perspective to the information that Dr. Bryant, which I appreciate, and our administration provided regarding staffing, knowing that we don't perceive staffing to be an issue at our high schools is good, and knowing it hasn't been as great. I also think the board needs to ensure that we are upholding our end of that and putting a proper focus and continuing to monitor that, which is why my amendment included language specifically focused on educator recruitment and retention. So staffing for me is one of the biggest factors I'm going to be looking at as we continue to roll out the Academies model, because it is such a key factor in being able to do so with fidelity. So again, appreciate the amendment. I think we're covered, and so I don't see the need to support this. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Oh, I'm sorry. Member Donnelly. His mic was on first.
Member Donnelly.
I don't think it does, but on behalf of parents like myself that have children going into 10th, 11th, and 12th grade next year, this coming fall, does this amendment have any impact upon the commitment that was made to protect, ensure that their courses are going to continue, their plans for graduation are going to continue?
It's a great question. I don't know that I have a concrete answer to that. It essentially allows the plan that is being offered right now, the master plan is presented to move forward for the coming year. It allows your children and others in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade to continue their course of study as they plan for the coming year. And should this amendment pass, I would move to offer a subsequent, I have a subsequent motion and proposition that I think will articulate a time when the board would then review the district's intentions to implement the Academies of Anchorage for the second and third years. So it's simply, this is the first step, making this amendment in crafting a time for the board to review, to do some of the things that I think Member Jacobs intends for the board to do. But I saw this as a procedural first step to getting to that point in time. So I don't see this as interrupting students' academic progress over the coming school year.
Member Bellamy.
So I'm not going to support the amendment because I think we just passed the first amendment number 1 that gives a lot more flexibility for the board to work with the administration to do a lot of things. This is that thing. I don't know that we need to, I think if we need to adjust along the way, we will have opportunities to. I don't know that we need to, I trust that the superintendent will let us know if he needs an interim plan. I trust that the staff will also let us know if they need an interim plan in addition to what they have. So I will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Other comments? Putting myself on the record, I feel like we clearly have messed with the master plan severely. So I think for the board to be explicit and say we'd like an interim plan that really starts the academy a year from now, just makes our statement more clear. Obviously, the administration is gonna have to go back and change a lot, but when the board can be clear, I think that's always a good thing. That makes me want to support this motion as well. Any other comments before we vote on Member Wesson's amendment? Member Higgins?
My only comment.
Tell you want to speak.
Huh? Oh, I appreciate that. My only comment is that the board president is involved in setting the agenda. We can put things in there for timeframes working with the superintendent. So I'm not too worried about putting type of expectation there because the board through the president can accomplish that. And I think it will get it done that way. And I think there will be enough voices here to encourage that.
Any other comments? Seeing no hands, I'll ask Ms. Grant to call the roll to vote on Ms. Wesson's amendment.
Member Donnelly.
No.
Member Higgins. Yes. Member Jacobs.
No.
Member Bellamy. No. Thank you. Member Lessons.
Yes.
Member Wilson.
No.
President Holloman.
Yes. By a vote of 3 to 4, we have declined to adopt Member Wesson's amendment. We are now back on the main motion, the master plan for the Academies of Anchorage as amended. Member comments? Member Donnelly?
Thank you, Mr. President. So as I stated earlier, I have twins going into 11th grade this fall, and I remain concerned of how they might be caught up in this transition. But I'm going to trust the assurances that parents like myself have received regarding that. They've already suffered through what I believe was an unnecessary and excessive shutdown of our schools during COVID, and to have them go through another very dramatic change like this would really be difficult at this point of time in their academic time in the Anchorage School District. I greatly respect many people on both sides of this question that's before us right now, but I know this district can't keep doing the same things that are not working for many of our students and expect better results. And other than the elimination of mandatory grade promotion, which I championed 5 years ago, this proposal before us right now has the greatest potential, I believe, to make a huge positive difference in the lives of our students. I think there's been very good concerns articulated about this, and I'm putting a lot of faith in the administration to address the concerns, such as the shortening in the academic hours. I've been championing an increase in academic hours ever since I got here. I guess it's been 7 years ago now. And I believe we need to continue to try to find ways to increase instructional hours rather than decrease them. So I think those points are very well taken, and I've recognized that for a long time. But I'm very encouraged for the first time, I believe, here, the dichotomy between our shortage between high school and non-high school teachers, because that has been an ongoing concern expressed by both the public and myself as far as how we're going to successfully implement this plan. So that was really important information the board got tonight on that. So with that, I'm going to be supporting the main motion, because I do think it just holds a huge amount of potential for the future of our community. Positive potential.
Other comments? Seeing no one, I will say I first went to work for the district full-time in 1996 at the old Diamond High School. And there wasn't much of a traditional CTE program in place there, but the bones of it were lying around. There was a spacious shop with all the equipment, wood shop, lines on the floor. Their storage for lumber was built into it. There was a garage door with a pit inside for automotive work, all closed off, all not in use. And I thought it was a very sad thing. Obviously, there had been a robust program at one time. There was still sawdust on the floor, but it had gradually been whittled down and gone away. I believe this will begin a return of robust career technology education. And I think there's a huge value to the students we see on an academic track that want to be engineers, that want to be chemists, that want to go somewhere and be in physics. I think they need a welding class. I think they need carpentry. I think they need those kinds of actual hands-on experiences that they will never get in college. And it will make them better at what they do. And at the same time, our students taking what we think of as trades classes in their home school also have the ability to get interested in something like physics and take it side by side. And right now, we still, for all that we say, there's a divide between students on those tracks, trades and the more academic classes. And it's a very hard gully for students to cross over back and forth. They can choose one or the other pretty easily, but they can't choose both. And I see a huge value to our students in doing that. So I hope we find a way to make this go forward. It's aspirational. And as Member Lessons noted a few months ago, we can't afford to be aspirational right now, but we're going to try to be. And the one part that bothers me, I think we will have parents that want to opt their students out of the 9th grade FACE class, and they will ask why they're being made to take a class that's not a graduation requirement, that's not officially a requirement because we're not voting that. And then the other thing is we are starting them on a path that we may not have the money to complete. Standing up the academies will be expensive. Those kinds of classes consume stuff, expensive stuff every semester, as well as just finding the right people to teach them. So I wish I knew for certain it was going to work, but I do absolutely think it's worth pushing in that direction and bringing those opportunities back to our students. So will support the main motion as well. If there's no other comments to be made, I will ask Ms. Grant to call the roll on the member lessons.
I have a point of order, or maybe a point of clarification. I don't know what motion to make if I want to move to executive discussion to bring up a question that may be a legal matter relating to the academies. So I could say I move into executive discussion.
You have to state the specific subject matter and the specific reason that it's eligible for
there's
executive session.
Having read the grant application governing the Academies of Anchorage, there was an element that came to my attention, which I believe the board needs to be, that I believe all board members need to be aware of. And I am not immediately sure whether the public meeting is the most appropriate way to bring it up. And I feel like executive discussion might be the best way to bring it up.
Well, there's specific categories for an executive session. I mean, there's legal issues. There's matters that would involve personnel, things that were very specific to an individual. It would impact an individual.
It's potentially a legal matter.
I guess my first question would be, is it of such urgency that we have to discuss it prior to voting on this motion? I'll use as a side example, if somehow our discussion was to go into a personnel matter and we were about to vote on something that directly affected that person, then I think it would make sense to go into executive session to discuss something like that, because it can't be discussed in public. But is what you're looking at of such import that we cannot make a reasonable decision unless we had that private discussion first?
I think that board members swore to uphold the state constitution, and I want to make sure that all of our decisions are in line with the language of that oath of office.
Member Wilson.
So I guess I'm a little confused in that we've already discussed the opportunity for board members to have input after we make this vote, to make changes if necessary as we go. So is that not part of the opportunity? Would that, I just don't understand why that would hold up this
That's
vote.
a valid question. Are we committing something that we can't undo if we vote tonight without considering this in advance?
Let me ask
Superintendent Brian.
May I ask, my clarifying question, member Lessons, is the belief that potentially the U.S. Department of Education approved something in the grant that they approved that would somehow be in a violation of the U.S. Constitution?
I believe that they have approved something that could potentially violate the Alaska Constitution.
So,
Member Wilson.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Just from a procedural standpoint, my suggestion is there's a motion that we make to enter into executive session at the end of every work session. My suggestion is perhaps that yourself, Dr. Bryant, member Lessons gather together and we just take a 5-minute recess to sort it out. Thank you.
And I'm going to say, I believe I understand what part of the grant you're referring to at this point. I'm going to say that we can go ahead and vote on this motion tonight, and your point can be raised in our next executive session, which we could schedule in conjunction with the retreat or some other part. But, that language has been there all along for quite some time, and that question could have been raised earlier. Obviously, if we move forward, we're going to abide by both the Alaska and the U.S. Constitution. And I'm going to say that we'll take that as it comes. And of course, you're welcome to challenge the chair on that ruling.
Point taken. Thank you for opening the opportunity to discuss it in the future executive session. So I will withdraw my motion.
We're back to where without comment or objection, we will call the roll. This is voting on the main motion as amended.
Member Bellamy.
Yes.
Member Donnelly.
Yes.
Member Wilson.
Yes.
Member Lessons.
No.
Member Jacobs.
Yes.
Member Higgins. And President Holloman.
Yes. So by a vote of 6-1, we have adopted the amended master plan of the Academies of Anchorage. Moving on the agenda.
It's
item is next?
oh, it's not going to come up. It is memo 125.
Memorandum 125, the paid lunch increase. Member Donnelly, you asked for this to be pulled.
Seconded.
Sorry,
Needs to be moved and seconded.
Yes. We do need to have it moved and seconded.
Mr. President, I move to approve AST Memorandum number 125, paid lunch price increase, to approve a $1 increase to breakfast and lunch at all levels.
Thank you. And a second.
Second.
Okay. Member Wilson seconded. Member Donnelly, did you wish to speak to this or have a question?
Thank you. I think increasing the price of student lunch by $1 across the board is perpetuating an already both unequal and inequitable system of discrimination among parents and students that exists. Now, I know a lot of that may be driven by federal funding, but it's still incredibly unfair that within some schools, 100% of the students receive free lunch, and yet at other schools, there's a dichotomy between those that receive free lunch and not. This results in those neighborhoods. There are people could be in those neighborhoods that receive 100% free lunch that are in vastly superior economic positions than people in other communities that have to pay for it. I mean, other neighborhoods that have to pay for it. So I think the whole system is broken. It's unequitable. It's unfair. It's unequal, and there's no legitimate rationale for that discrimination, unfair discrimination against those parents that may be of moderate or middle means having to pay when other parents of extraordinary means don't, simply because of their geographical location. So that's my objection.
Superintendent Bryant.
Sure. Mr. Anderson, would you like to add context?
Sure. Mr. Donnelly's correct that it is a federal regulation. If you look down at the memo, it shows the federal regulation at 7 CFR 210.14. It requires us to do use a paid lunch equity tool to determine if we're gathering sufficient funds. So you have two choices as you go through this if you're not charging enough for paid meals. And one is you can get funding through other non-federal sources. There are some cities across the U.S. That pay 100%, kind of like the free pre-K or universal pre-K. There are some states that augment significantly. We had a House bill put forward in this past legislative session that would have helped move the state forward toward that end. But unfortunately, the very end, it died as they tried to close out the session. So when you look at community eligibility schools, what you do is you look at all the kids in the school and you look at whether they qualified for free and reduced. Now, once you're in a CEP school, we can no longer ask them to fill out paperwork anymore. So once they're in, their status doesn't change for the time that they're in. But where the percentage comes from is the state's direct database, direct certification database. So that database is for everyone who gets SNAP and TANF or otherwise has qualified for something that's government assistance, it's automatically in a state database. So when you look at CEP schools, it looks like it's free because it's free to the student when they eat and free to the parent. It's not free to the district though. There's a sliding scale on CEP schools for how much the district gets. You can do individual schools or you can group them. In ASD, we've been grouping them for the last 8 years, and you try to get the highest amount of underserved or low economic status, because at a low amount, if you put a group of schools together, for instance, if it's 25% free and reduced, you could do that. You could pull schools that and pair a 75% and a 25%. And if the numbers work out, it could be pretty low, but at 25%, the district only gets reimbursed at a 40% free and reduced rate. And the other 60% is at a paid rate. So it actually, when you do the formula for the paid lunch equity tool, it quickly starts making that gap even bigger. And for any school who's not a CEP school where they have to pay funds, they would actually pay even more. So when you look at, it's kind of a sweet spot. So if you can imagine the sliding scale at 25%, which is the lowest, it's a 40% free and reduced rate, all the way up to 62.5%, it's a 100%. So in a perfect world, you could get groups of 62.5%, and you would get all of the meals paid back to student nutrition at a free and reduced rate. But we don't have the numbers in ASD to make the groups up to 62.5. So we have about 5 groups. I think it's 5. And I think there's 35 schools within those groups. So Marcy and Dana Menendez, they go through every iteration and combination of these 35 schools within the groups to try to find a sweet spot. The sweet spot that we typically have tried to get is somewhere around 47%. So that gets you a 75.2% free and reduced rate, which offsets what you would see in the other 50 plus schools that are not CEP. So when they do this formula, you have to do every single school individually that's not CEP. You take the month of October, all the meals sold, breakfast, lunch, and some schools in the lower 48 have a dinner. You take those data from that month and you say, okay, this is the cost of a free meal, and this is the cost that I get for a paid meal. And that's what you see in this memo. When you look at paid lunches are reimbursed at 76% per meal because the federal government doesn't reimburse very much, whereas a free meal, once the calculation done, was $7. So it's that difference by regulation that you have to account for. So that $6.24 has to either be accounted for through state, local, or in-kind donations, and to be able to show that that's how I'm going to account for that difference in this paid lunch equity tool. So you do all the other 50 plus schools, aggregate them all up. You do the 5 CEP groups, and then you aggregate all of it together all at once. And that's how Dana came up with those dollar amounts. So the regulation requires us to meet that difference between the cost for a paid lunch and the cost for a free lunch. And that's where the dollar came from. So it's not an optional thing unless the state were to get involved, if the assembly could find a way around tax cap and they decided that they wanted universal funding, or if we had some really nice donors who could put forth something like a trust or something that would automatically pay that loss every year. So USDA also says that student nutrition can't pay bad debt. So if they were under because they didn't meet this paid equity tool, then when the state inspects, and I think some of you know, the state in almost every department inspects ASD nearly every year, sometimes 4 weeks before Christmas. But we know we're going to get inspected, and the numbers, you can't change the numbers. They are what they are. The best that they can play with is those 5 groups at 35 schools. For instance, when Abbott Loop closed and we moved them to the 2 other schools, and I'm drawing a blank right now. I think it was Trailside was the one that got the most. We made them a CEP school. Oh, it was Cassoon. Sorry. Thank you, Andy. It was Cassoon. So Cassoon didn't qualify. We pulled them into a group, redid the schools to get the number as high as we could, because we had made a commitment to those kids to make sure they didn't have to pay for food. So I don't disagree with anything you said, and I hope you even understand half of what I said, but we are required by regulation to meet that gap, or either through increasing what we charge or state, local, in kind. I could do some PowerPoint charts later if you want.
Further questions or comments on Memorandum 125? Seeing no hands, I'll ask Ms. Grant to call the roll.
Member Donnelly,
No.
Member Jacobs,
Yes.
Member Lessons,
Yes.
Member Wilson,
Yes.
Member Higgins,
Yes.
Member Bellamy,
Yes.
President Holloman.
Yes. By a vote of 6 to 1, you have approved Memorandum 125. Our next item is item 150, Memorandum 150. Do I have a motion to approve?
Yes, Mr. President, I move to approve ASD Memorandum number 150, JUUL settlement utilization. It is the recommendation that the school board approve and authorize the superintendent to implement the following plan to utilize the JUUL settlement funding to support and focus efforts on the rising issue of substance misuse. ASD has received $526,106 to date and anticipates an additional $60,000 to $66,000 per year for the next 3 years.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Member Wilson seconded. Member Donnelly, you asked this to be pulled. Do you have discussion?
My first question is the designated place to utilize these funds, is this a federal mandate or subject to any federal mandate?
Member Donnelly, the answer is no, and I'll let the staff correct me if I'm mistaken, but essentially the district engaged in litigation and received that lump sum, and what we're doing is proposing to the board our implementation plan for how to use those funds. And essentially we propose using the funds for a combination of curriculum, but also accountability for students to prevent vaping.
Well, my point, Mr. President, is while this may be a very worthy expenditure, it may not be the highest need for these funds overall, given our dire budget situation and looking at, as Member Lessons pointed out, as much as a $91 million budget gap. So I think there should be some serious thought to where this is, whether or not this is the highest and best use of this $500,000.
Mr. President.
Superintendent Brown.
Mr. President, Member Donnelly, I think you raise a fair point, and to be frank, that was something that I had thought about. Would it be worthwhile to invest those funds towards our impending budget deficit? And that's certainly something we could talk about But my concern is that when you zoom out, the reason why we received this money is because of potential damages to students as a result of the negative impacts of vaping. So I felt that even though we're in a budget deficit, it would be most appropriate to target those funds towards ways to prevent and support students who have issues with vaping. So that was the rationale, but I do understand your concern.
Further questions? Member Lawson.
I just wanted to reflect that we had a work session on the youth mental health crisis, right? There's a very clear link between mental health crises and turning to vaping as a way of coping. I see that this small alignment of funds in this way is a good thing. I think it works to support the intention of the settlement. I think it's going to work to support the crisis that's in our schools of vaping. We have kids, and I'm extremely supportive of the small number of vape detectors that are going to be put into place in some of our schools. That was something that a principal brought to my attention about a year ago. And I think that's critical. We have students who don't use bathrooms right now that they should have access to, either because they're closed or because they are so rank with vaping. That the vape detectors, I think, are a critical piece of ensuring that our students can go through the day in comfort, quite frankly. So I'm supportive of the alignment of these funds in support of our board intentions to improve student mental health and to improve students' day-to-day well-being in a school setting.
Member Jacobs.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wholeheartedly agree with the comments from Ms. Lessons. The thought hadn't, to be completely transparent, the thought to utilize these funds for any structural budget deficit we have seems to me to be morally questionable. The reason why these funds were appropriated and given to the district was because there was liability found due to damages to young people.
Point of order. I do not think it's appropriate to say it's morally questionable in any way. The funds could go for the general good of all of our students. How is that morally questionable?
I'll wait for you to issue a ruling, Mr. Chair, before I continue.
I'm not sure I see it as a personal attack, but I'll ask you to rephrase.
Sure, yeah. I see it as a misuse of the funds given the nature in which they were obtained. We receive funds to operate our district not through litigation, but through appropriation from state, local, and federal entities. These funds were awarded specifically due to financial liability and the epidemic, frankly, that is vaping in our youth population. The board policy that was written and revised relatively recently attempts to address this from a policy standpoint. These funds promise to implement safeguards both in staffing as well as in equipment, which should get the conversation started as to how we as a district implement and integrate these safeguards as part of our operating budget, because while we will have additional funds received in future years, it will not be sufficient to outfit each of our campuses with the necessary equipment or replace the equipment and continued salary and staffing expenses as needed. Frankly, these expenditures should become part of our expected expenditures in future years. And so I'm hoping that this pilot of sorts, using money that we entered into litigation to obtain, can be spent wisely, and that there will be documented and heartening outcomes related to student discipline and student experience in our facilities, which we can speak to as justification to initiate continued investment from stakeholders at the local and state level. Thank you.
Further discussion? Member Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, let's take a look at how this money is going to be spent. The pilot program for vape detectors, which sounds like a good idea to me too, Member Lessons, is $113,000 of the total 526. The rest of the money is for consultation, planning, implementation and support, certified salaries and benefits, contracted services, supplies, and something called indirect charges. It's only, my math is that's less than a fifth, or very close to a fifth of this money is actually going towards the vape detectors. I mean, I'd be much more encouraged by this if the money's, most of the money was going to vape detectors and not towards just consultations, salaries, contracted services, supplies, and indirect charges.
Superintendent Brock.
Thank you, Member Donnelly. I want to provide some more insight as to why we developed the budget the way it was. We wanted to tackle both the upstream and downstream impacts of vaping. So there is a universe where we could have entirely purchased vape detectors, but the issue is that's just addressing the students that are vaping. And I thought that we would have a more powerful impact if we also invested in curriculum and resources for students so they understand the negative impacts of vaping. So we wanted to, one, prevent, but also have funds available to hold students accountable should they vape in schools. That was the rationale, but I understand your perspective.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask Ms. Grant to call the roll.
Member Bellamy,
Yes.
Member Wilson,
Yes.
Member Higgins, Member Donnelly,
No.
Member Jacobs,
Yes.
Member Lessons,
Yes.
President Holloman.
Yes. By a vote of 6-1, we have approved Memorandum 150. Unless there's an objection, I'd like to propose a 10-minute comfort break. We will resume at 9:40. Thank you.
Thank you for doing the acrobatics needed
Oh, it's okay.
along the way.
Well, it's always a learning experience, right? Like,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome. I just wish that the text box that's only that big
That you work with.
it just lumps everything
You can't see
together.
anything.
Well, and it, yeah, I mean, when it's projected, like you can't see the whole thing and it's not, there's no bullets, you know what I mean? Like there's no formatting.
Yeah.
So that's the part that but that's not you guys, that's Board Docs.
I didn't lock that. Jesus.
Wow. I think it's very appropriate.
Okay, if members will return to their seats, we will reconvene. We're missing a few people. I'll ask Mr. Brown to find Carl Jacobs and bring him back to the room. We are back in session at 9:42. The next item on our agenda is ASD Memorandum 156. Do I have a motion?
Mr. President, I move to approve ASD Memorandum number 156, approval of a change order and contract modification and redirection of funds regarding Mears Middle School exterior siding replacement.
Do I have a second? Would somebody like to second the motion? Mr. Higgins seconds the motion. Item 156 is before you. Member Donnelly, you asked that it be pulled if you'd like to speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. President. We were all in receipt of communications from, I believe, more than one member of the public that questioned the siding that was utilized in this original contract that is now being expanded to include additional resources for window replacement. The concern was raised that since the siding replacement was necessitated by its degradation of the original siding, which had led to water damage to the structure of Mears. This is a new Mears, not the Mears I attended many years ago. We tore that one down. That why would we replace the siding that was leaking and causing all this damage with siding that what appeared to be siding that had holes in it. It was this giant circular holes. So I know there's a good answer to that, but I do think that it's appropriate for the public to be advised of that answer because it seemed like a pretty logical concern.
Superintendent Bryant.
Through the president, Mr. Anderson, would you like to provide some context?
Sure, great question. Mike and I are actually working on the public records requests that would go back to the individual who sent all the emails. But when you look at Mears, you got to go back before the earthquake because the siding prior to 2018, there were chunks of it falling off and maintenance would go in and try to repair it. At some point, you couldn't get the product anymore. When the earthquake hit, especially on the south wall, a lot of those bricks came down. So Capital Plans took I was a contractor actually, did an infrared camera view all around the building, and they found that there was heat blasting out of all the walls, not just the south wall. So when they went in, they found out that there wasn't intact insulation going around the entire building. And specifically on the south wall, there are places with no insulation. So by code, of course, that insulation's got to wrap all the way around. So at that point, you couldn't claim that it was earthquake damage because there had already been prior incidents where the bricks had fallen off. So it was put on a bond for that piece of it, even though there was some earthquake components in other portions of the building, like most every building in the district. So they had to take it all the way down to the studs. They wrapped it and put insulation all the way back around it. And in 2021, I think it was, they went out and they sent out 2,500 surveys and pamphlets to the community. Flyers were also distributed at Mears, Bayshore, Clatt, and Ocean View, and emails were sent on the mailing list for that people who lived there from the school principals. So the survey was pick option A or option B. Option A was what you see now. It's really artwork. Behind that artwork is an impermeable barrier that's waterproof. And even though this gentleman, because we haven't answered yet, believes that surely there must be water leaching through the walls, that actually isn't the case. There's multiple buildings in town that use this metal type. It goes on the outside, but it really is artwork. And the farther you stand away from it, the more it looks like mountains on the front of the building. But the survey was overwhelmingly in favor of that version instead of just flat multicolored panels going all the way around the school. And that's why that was chosen. So as they started getting near completion, the original plan was to replace the glass in the windows with a similar material. But what they found out was that whole structure around it had reached end of life. You couldn't just replace the glass. You had to replace the entire window assembly. So that's what this change order is for, because as you take the glass out and you start getting it ready to repair, it's falling apart. So there really is no other legitimate option but to replace the windows. So when you look at the funding sources, there was about $700,000 left in earthquake money. And that was one of the components. And I imagine you would ask, why didn't we use FEMA? And it's only because if it had held together until the day of the earthquake with no previous incidents, probably could have claimed it, but it already had shown that it was faulty siding. What we didn't know, though, until the thermal camera, was all of the insulation issues around it, which is really why it led us to bond for that project. So I hope that answers your question.
Member Higgins?
Yeah, the complaints that I was getting, I went out and looked at it after getting phone calls and everything else with it, with the holes in the walls, with the exterior, which came out looking like a tree or a mountain or some other thing, and that was designed. But I was told that there was a backing behind it that prevents any moisture issue. That's not a problem, right? The moisture issue with those holes is not an issue, because that's what I told the guy. And I assume that's still accurate. Is that correct?
It is. That's absolutely correct.
Okay.
There's no water getting through there.
It's a separate issue, and that's fine. I just didn't want to have to call them back. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Member Donnelly.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. Makes perfect sense. I do think we need to recognize that money's fungible. And looking at the crisis we're facing for next year, we have to really seriously consider every expenditure at this point. And this is an expenditure of money that is available towards future, I don't think it's locked into capital, is it?
The bond money was the earthquake bond.
Yeah, but
where we had the 700,000, that's for buildings.
Okay.
The one-time state money was more fungible.
Yeah.
At a much smaller amount.
Yeah. So it just is important to keep that in mind for everything we do from now on.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll ask Ms. Grant to call the roll.
Member Lessons,
Yes.
Member Wilson,
Yes.
Member Jacobs,
Yes.
Member Higgins, Member Donnelly,
Yes.
Member Bellamy,
Yes.
President Holloman.
Yes. By a vote of 7-0, you have approved memorandum 156. Next on the agenda is memorandum 157. If I could have a motion.
Mr. President, I move to approve ASD memorandum number 157, revisions to board policy 0000, concepts and roles, board policy 0200, goals for the district, and board policy 0210, objectives for student learning, to approve those board policy revisions as identified. Thank you.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Member Wilson seconds. Member Donnelly, you asked for this to be pulled.
Thank you, Mr. President. I draw the members' attention to the amendments that are occurring to BP 0210, formerly reading goals for student learning and now being amended to read objectives for student learning. Specifically, there's a couple of these enumerated goals or objectives now, we're changing it to objectives, that I think could be improved. I acknowledge we missed our opportunity to do that in governance. But at the same time, we spent over a year in governance on the patriotic concepts, and that was referred back to committee. Number 6 says an awareness and understanding of our country's history and ideals and its diverse ethnic, racial, and cultural heritage. But interesting enough, number 7 says an awareness and understanding of the heritage, ideals, and contributions of other cultures, races, and countries. So number 6 lacks a reference to our country's culture, while acknowledging the importance of other countries, races, cultures. And I think that's a gap. I think that's wrong to ignore the United States culture in one item and yet reference the importance of other countries' cultures in another. So at this time, I would move to insert the word culture in item number 6 between the word history and. So it would read, an awareness and understanding of our country's history, culture, and ideals, and its diverse ethnic, racial, and cultural heritage.
Do I have a second? Hearing no second, the motion fails.
Thank
Or
you,
the
Mr.
amendment
President.
fails.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call attention to item number 12. It currently reads moral and ethical values based on the rights and responsibilities of individuals and their relationship to each other. I think that's a good statement, but an incomplete one. I think that it's very appropriate as Americans that we recognize the moral and ethnic values and the rights and responsibilities of individuals and their relationships, not just to each other, but to their community and our nation. We should be patriots. We should always strive to do what's best for our communities and for our nation as a whole, which is one of the purposes why, of course, we have patriotic acknowledgments and patriotic activities in our schools, as our board policies call for us to adopt, which we sent back to committee after a year at our last meeting, but our board policies do call for us to adopt it. It's one of the reasons of that. It's because we recognize there's a community and a national responsibility too. So at this time, I would move to add at the end of item number 12, after the words other, their community, and our nation, period.
Do I have a second?
Second for discussion. I think it's
Have
in.
a second from Member Lessons.
12. Here.
Anyone wish to speak?
I think it's an interesting, I think it raises an interesting question of what do we mean by relationships to each other? I mean, is that big enough? Is the tent big enough as it stands to encompass the idea of community or the idea of nation? Or does that exist? Does it stand alone? Do those things need to be specifically called out? And I don't know that I have a determination, but I think it's an interesting question, which is why I wanted a second for discussion and hear any other board members' opinion on the matter.
Member Donnelly?
Oh, well, my opinion is it's very appropriate to not just look at our relationship between us as Americans as individuals, but to also look at the inherent value of us being part of a community and recognizing that, and part of a nation. Without a nation, we're in deep trouble, and we all know what's going on right now in our country. And we are in deep trouble right now, and it's really important to maintain a national sense of existence. I mean, if you look back over history, those nations that have lost their sense of identity have failed. And that's one of the things that brings a downfall to great civilizations, is losing their sense of identity that made them great in the first place. So I think it's completely appropriate to recognize that these positive relationships expand more than just to us as individuals, but also to us as communities and between ourselves and our communities, and as a nation and between ourselves and our nation.
Further discussion? Member Jacobs?
Are we going to be able to see the amendment or the proposed policy language as amended on the board before we vote?
The scoreboard for board docs is not engaging, so I have shared the voting screen. I don't know if you can see the amendment number 2 that's listed there. Do you want me to add that to the full language of that?
Yeah, I guess I would just like to see it written out, I guess, what would happen to the board policy if it were amended.
We'll pause for a minute while she makes those changes, if anyone has comments in the meantime.
Mr. Chair. Excuse me.
Member Bellamy?
I mean, the way I look at this is individuals make up the community. Individuals, yes, we are responsible to ourselves. We're responsible for the relationships that we build with each other. And I mean, we build, I think those relationships, to me, that includes all of our engagements, whether that's community, whether that's school, whether that's, we are a diverse community. We come from all over the world to this one place. And I think, I think I'm good with 12 the way it is. I don't see the need to add the additional, the community and our nation. I mean, we really are. I just think that responsibility extends to whatever our relationships are in whatever environment we find ourselves in. And it doesn't matter where we're from, because when we come together in this, around the goals and ideals of this country, I think people are going to define that the way it makes sense for them. But the expectation here is that we are all responsible that we all be responsible individuals, and we all have we build those relationships on moral and ethical values that are shared. So I think it's fine the way it is.
Any further discussion? We do have the language on the board.
Ooh.
I know, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just read moral, ethical values based on the rights. That's Jesus.
Point of clarification. Should that read their community and our nation? Yeah.
If there's no further discussion, I will ask Ms. Grant to call the roll.
Member Higgins. Member Jacobs.
Yes.
Member Wilson.
Yes.
Member Lessons.
Yes.
Member Bellamy.
No.
Member Donnelly.
Yes.
President Holloman.
Yes. By a vote of 6-1, we have amended the motion that is on the floor. We're back to discussion of the main motion. Seeing no hands, I will ask Ms. Grant to call the roll on the main motion.
Member Wilson, did you second the original motion?
Thank you. Great.
Member Jacobs.
Yes.
Member Donnelly.
Yes.
Member Bellamy.
Yes.
Member Lessons.
Yes.
Member Wilson.
Yes.
Member Higgins. President Holloman.
Yes. By a vote of 7-0, you have passed the amended version of Memorandum 157. Our last item today is Memorandum 161. Can I have a motion, please?
Mr. President, I move to approve ASD Memorandum number 161, approval of transfer of health insurance fund for FY 23-24 to approve a $4,500,000 transfer to the district's health insurance fund for the current year.
Second.
Second by Member Wilson. Any discussion? Member Donnelly, you asked for this to be pulled.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a $4.5 million expenditure of something that's not mandated. It may be a good idea. I think it might be a good idea, but it certainly bears, I think, public discussion about why it's a good idea and why we're going to expend $4.5 million at this point of time that we're not contractually obligated to do.
Superintendent Bryant.
Through the president, Member Donnelly, excellent question. I would like our Chief Human Resources Officer to recap the key points from our previous discussion on this.
Sure. It is large expenditure. One of the things I would highlight for the board is that in the FY 24 budget, our current operating budget, the board did approve $49 million, roughly a little less than $49 million, to cover the cost of the ASD health plan. The actual cost of that plan we're projecting is going to come in at about $38 million, so well below that budget authority. That said, our revenue into the health insurance fund specifically, based on kind of the financial levers that we pull throughout the year, is $4.5 million short. So this is not a request for additional budget authority. It is a request to move money from the general fund into the health insurance fund for the purpose of covering the $38 million worth of expenses associated with the plan. The question as to why we need to make that movement now requires a little bit of a history lesson to kind of understand how this plan is currently funded through our finances. So in 2009, 2010, when we first switched to a self-insured plan, the plan ran very well for 3 years. In fact, in the first 3 years, it racked up a reserve of about $10 million. And in 2012, the auditors came in and said it was probably inappropriate for us to hold that much money in reserve for the health plan, especially because the general fund itself acts as a reserve for a self-insured plan. And so over the next 5 or 6 years, the health plan spent down that reserve, and really until about 2020, through a period of low inflation and not significant increases in plan renewals, the plan operated really well. That, of course, was disrupted by the pandemic, which has really disrupted health plans across the nation, across districts in Alaska. We're certainly not unique in that way. We've seen really high claims costs coming out of the pandemic. Last year, we transferred some funds at the end of the year to cover higher than expected claims costs. This year, the money is really in part because we had set up the plan to run very conservatively, so it didn't build up a reserve. And then we had 3 years of pretty significant renewal costs. We also are starting to feel the impact of both turnovers and vacancies, and that's two separate issues. In the ASD health plan, we have a 60-day wait period, so we don't offer health insurance for the first 2 months that when somebody joins the district. We also don't make a contribution during those 2 months. That wasn't much of an issue. It was actually probably put in place to make sure we weren't overfunding the health insurance plan. And it wasn't a big deal when we were turning over positions, every 2 to 3 years. But now in some of our entry-level hourly positions, we're turning over some of those positions 2 or 3 times a year. And so 3 times, up to 3 times maybe, we're not making a contribution for those 2 months. And some of that contribution, of course, we're not incurring claims during those 2 months either, but some of those inputs into the health insurance fund are also going to offset the fixed costs of offering the plan the way that we do structurally. Vacancies, those 140 vacancies I referenced in my comments earlier also are having an impact. We're not making a contribution into the plan or into the health insurance fund on behalf of those vacant positions. We're also not incurring claims on those folks, but again, it doesn't help us offset the fixed costs like the cost of our benefits platform, the cost of our stop loss insurance, which is almost $100,000 a month, the cost of offering the Vera Clinic, which is part of our wellness model, which is designed to save us costs long term, but those are fixed costs in the plan. And so some of this is structural, and we will certainly do a lot of work over the summer to try to avoid being in a similar situation at the end of the year, because we recognize that puts the board in kind of an awkward position. So we're going to look this summer at internal changes that we can make in the way that we tend to the shortfall month over month rather than doing it at the end of the year through a reserve policy. We'll continue to work with our health task force on cost containment measures to make sure we're trying to strike that balance between still offering a favorable benefits package that's part of our recruitment effort and our retention strategy, but also is fiscally responsible for the district. And then we're also going to, as of July 1, engage in a market analysis with a third-party broker other than the one we currently use to really help us answer the question after 15 years of being self-insured, is that our best approach? Should we look at the possibility of going back to a fully funded plan, or should we stay self-insured? And if the answer is self-insured, then our next plan will be to start to put out to RFP some of the elements of the self-insured plan that we have currently to make sure that we are getting the best value through each of those components. So I know that's a long-winded answer. Hopefully it's a little less technical than Mr. Anderson's one on student nutrition, but hopefully that starts to address any questions you have.
Any further questions or comments? Member Lessons?
Are there any, does the administration anticipate any downstream effects? If we do, assuming the board approves this, are there going to be other matching investments that the district could see in other areas? Matching, it's getting late. What are the downstream effects, if any, of making this, of approving this memo?
I might look to Mr. Ratliff in part to help me answer the question, but I think the downstream effects are more significant if we don't approve this, because these are expenses that we have incurred or anticipate incurring through the end of this month and the end of the fiscal year for the ASD health plan.
Right. And I guess to clarify your question, is that based on our health plan specifically, or other like contractual agreements that not specific to the health plan?
I guess I'm wondering if there's an effect anticipated on other contractual agreements.
I believe that'd be yet to be known, but I mean, I'm sure other bargaining units are watching this as well. But at the same time, we have deficit spent, and we don't want to leave a deficit balance in there. If the board does not approve this, then we would carry over a negative balance within that fund into next year.
And I'll add to that, approving this would not obligate us for this year. This is just for closing out FY24.
Member Higgins?
So many issues associated with this subject. I don't know where to start. But one of the things that the municipality of Anchorage has is the Employee Relations Board, in which they bring in top people in different businesses, and they got an oversight, and they're providing assistance and guidance and overview. And I almost feel like we're at the point where we should be thinking of something like this. This is very expensive. The approach that we are subject to unlimited liability almost as far as everything that the district owns in this issue, but there are other issues out there as well as other possibilities. And just something I'm going to float out there that I would like to talk about later, because it has been effective somewhat for the municipality of Anchorage. We're a public entity with a bigger employer, and it just makes sense to have that type of involvement in public engagement in our process, I believe. So, this reveals an ongoing issue. It's been out there a long time. And before we went self-insured, we still weren't going out for bid on it. And at one point there, we were paying the broker, and the broker was getting paid by the insurance company. That was something that the former CFO had to address. So the control and the type of management of these issues is well before any of you in regards to it. But to me, I think just looking ahead, that may be the solution as an Employee Relations Board.
Any further questions? Seeing none, I'll ask Ms. Grant to call the roll. Before you is Memorandum 161.
Yes, and the scoreboard is back, so that's a good thing. Member Lessons?
Yes.
Member Donnelly?
Yes.
Member Jacobs?
Yes.
Member Bellamy? Member Higgins? Member Wilson?
Yes.
President Holloman?
Yes. By a vote of 7-0, you have approved Memorandum 161. That finishes our action items. That brings us to the non-action section of the agenda. Memorandum 168. Does anyone wish to discuss that? That is an information only item. Seeing no hands, we will move to continued public comment on non-agenda and non-action items. We do have someone on the line. Ms. Caternicchio, Are you able to unmute and talk to us?
Okay, just
And you show as muted. Star 6. There you go. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, that's multiple star 6s. Sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. I know this has been a long meeting, and thanks for, I was trying to get on the line earlier. I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me. Thank you, Chair and the board. This topic needs more than 3 minutes, but most of you have heard from me via email, phone calls, meetings face-to-face, and I am calling about the school start times. I'm actually going to start with action. I haven't prepared any sort of written speech, and the action I'm asking for is not that we are reevaluating the school start times. I absolutely believe in starting the day at 8 o'clock. That goes with the school district vote. It goes with the board vote, and it doesn't mean any change has to happen within the board. What we and the community and over 481 comments on your Facebook and 31 comments, 31 likes, 20 comments, and a lot of face-to-face meetings on just my proposal, I would like the school district and the board to reconsider the cohort order. That means not reducing the vote. The American Pediatrics, I do understand that at 8:30 is the sweet spot. It also doesn't account, though, for that everybody using different buses and our darkness. We do not fit the profile of the lower 48. We are asking that we push the day back 30 minutes, where high school starts at 8, junior high at 8:45, and elementary at 9:30. You have in front of you all of the emails I have sent. It's got points and studies and reasoning. I've met with people from the East Side, Russian Jack, Begage, Mirror Lake. I have met with middle schools. That's the biggest cohort that is hurting here. And what I'm asking is the public never got this choice. Everyone is stressed about the start times, all the change, and the school district is saying, we haven't heard from anyone. If you look at Facebook and all of the meetings, the next biggest Facebook post you got comments was 27. In the school start times, 481, and most of them not positive. You also heard from a lot of the principals recently. Nobody is doubting we shouldn't start later. We're asking that you reorder. What I want to see here is that you ask the public, what order do they want? I've heard many things tonight. I've sat through this entire meeting. What does the public want? Yes, you did have town hall meetings, and I was part of them. You're asking why I'm coming in June. I've come 2 years ago, 1 year ago. I sent individual board members this cohort order. Minimally, the middle schools just can't survive going to school in the dark and getting out of the dark. Little kids can't survive going to school at 8 and getting to the bus stop at 7:20 in the morning and walking in the highest traffic hours. Going to school 30 minutes later than what they're used to allows everyone to continue their life and still sleep in. The minute you let sports in the morning and your slides show swimming starts at 6:40.
Ms. Caternico, your time has expired. I do appreciate your persistence in making your comments. Thank you. That brings us to section I, Superintendent Update. Superintendent Bryant.
Mr. President, I'll be brief. I understand it's late, but I just want to share gratitude for a number of people. One, those who testified on both sides of the Academies issue that we discussed earlier today, because criticism, whether it's from the board or the community, really helps us make a program better. And whether it's the Academies or a reading initiative or curriculum, whatever that may be, the goal is to do the best we can to meet the ambitious board goals that have been set for us. And, I have big hopes and dreams for ASD. And I think a part of that will be to make sure that we have a strategic plan that increases student outcomes, graduation rates, and just makes us a premier large urban school district. I really want the best for our community, for our students. And I think we're taking a step in the right direction when you zoom out and think about some of the positive changes we've seen through professional learning communities, the upcoming start times, and also our middle school move and potentially the academies. And I just want to thank board members for being really great advocates for your perspectives and your communities, because you are making us better. You're making me better. And lastly, I also want to mention something I should have mentioned during our goal monitoring which is just a huge thank you to our teachers. You know, we get a lot of comments about ASD and our proficiency and student outcomes. And what often gets missed when we look at proficiency is the incredible growth that we're seeing amongst our students, including our special subpopulations. And we've seen some really remarkable gains for our early learners. And I think that's a testament to some of the investments that the board has made to try to hold harmless certain things for our early learners, to invest time for teachers and PLCs. And lastly, because we have great educators in all of our schools, and I am incredibly indebted to the work that they put in, day out. It's not easy for a number of reasons that we've discussed today. And I know that any board goal is really going to come down to the teachers and support staff really doing the work. And based off of what I saw in today's goal monitoring, I'm really proud of a lot of our educators that are really just putting in the work and the time into our kiddos because they love what they do. And we really value that they're continuing to choose to be a part of ASD. Now we just need to do our part to try to keep them. And I want to be a part of that solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to school board administration comments. I will start way to my right with Member Bellamy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, I am chairing the Finance Committee. Okay, I think that was my only question. Thank you.
Member Watson.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. There are normal committee meetings Thursday, and I appreciate Member Bellamy chairing the Finance Committee meeting. No further comments.
Member Wilson.
I had the pleasure of visiting a couple of different summer school sites, and our teachers, our educators are working diligently to give our students that opportunity to either catch up, for the most part catch up, but working really hard with our students this summer. So thank you for all that work. And our communications committee is meeting on Thursday. I think that was mentioned that we have our committee meetings on Thursday. And this will be the final one of the school year. We will review our summer communication plan as we move forward. And I'm very proud to say that we will talk about the launch of the Academies of Anchorage. Also, ASD Digital drops on Friday. It's a special graduation edition, so please check that out. And if you didn't see our graduation coverage, you should check out our ASD Digital. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Donnelly.
At our last meeting, the board approved a motion by Member Bellamy to return to committee the resolution to adopt recognition of Pearl Harbor Day, 9/11, and Veterans Day, and to, for the first time, formally acknowledge the anniversary of the Emancipation Proclamation in Juneteenth. Not only that, but additionally, for the first time, having a board policy to comply with federal law mandating the acknowledgement of Constitution Day. That's a condition of federal funding this district receives. This matter was referred to the Governance Committee in March of 2023. That's over a year ago. And after a significant review by the administration and multiple amendments, which I supported, it was forwarded back to the board for action. And I was very grateful for the support of the administration towards its passage. But as of today, I know of no suggestions for changes to the resolution as presented at our last meeting. And since Member Bellamy expressed the last meeting she was not opposed to recognizing these patriotic events, I am hoping she will provide specific suggestions on how to improve this patriotic resolution to address her purpose in asking that it be sent back to committee, and that we move forward to recognize these important dates in American history after a year of committee work to study, consider, and work on this issue.
Member Jacobs.
No comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member Higgins.
I got 35 minutes. So I appreciate that. I just want to say thank you for both sides that have expressed issues on the academy. There were some concerns, they're legitimate and on both sides, but I think that we came out with a resolution that keeps it going with still going to be address issues later. And I think that's the best we can hope for. And I really appreciate all of the business involvement and enthusiasm about it. I think that's going to benefit ASD, it's going to benefit the kids, it's going to benefit other programs as well. So that's beneficial. I want to make one comment in regards to something, and that the superintendent's already helping with this, and I'm greatly appreciative of this. But when we look at the cultural issues that are out there, we got a calendar with it. There were some days where we schedule things, and there are very religious days, and it creates an issue. In October, there is the Jewish Day of Forgiveness, in which if you're Jewish, unless you're a young kid, you're not eating, you're not drinking, you're not going to school, you just focus on that. And the state scheduled a tennis tournament on that day. Well, that eliminates some of our kids from being able to participate. They won't do it within that. So I just and I appreciate the superintendent's aware of it now. He's reaching out and that means a lot. But I just think it was about probably 2010 that the district became aware that some of our school board meetings were on inappropriate days with different groups, and we looked at it from a cultural standpoint. Those people who were there are not here now, okay? So in all fairness to this whole thing, but it does emphasize that we need to be sensitive that we don't leave any kids out and that we keep the community engaged, and we need to recognize that there's some sensitivities there. So I hope that when we look at calendars, when we look at events with schools, that we recognize that there are some days, and we got a calendar out there with the cultural events. I saw that in one of the administrator's office, but recognize that and be sensitive to it, because I don't want to leave any kids out. I don't want to be discriminatory. I want to make sure that we make it accessible to everybody. So my appreciation to the superintendent. I've already got feedback from within the community, which wanted to express their appreciation. So I'm sharing it with you from that, and hopefully we'll be successful. Thank you.
Being as where I lost my voice an hour or two ago, I have no comments tonight. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded without objection. We are adjourned.
Recording stopped.